Hey everyone, welcome back to Imagine Verse. Today we're diving into an amazing story called, What If Luna Lovegood Could See Destined Mates and Told Harry He Was Bonded to Three Veela Sisters. If you love these stories, please hit that like button and subscribe. It really helps us bring more content to you. Without further ado, let's begin. Chapter 1, Luna's vision. A thin shaft of sunlight broke through the ancient leaded windows of the Hogwarts library, casting golden dust motes into the air above Harry Potter's open potions textbook. His quill had stopped moving 10 minutes ago, the half-finished essay on strengthening solutions forgotten as he gazed absently at the dancing particles. After a night of restless sleep filled with corridors and locked doors, concentration felt impossible. "They look rather like Raxperts, don't they?" a dreamy voice said from somewhere to his left. Harry started, nearly knocking over his inkwell. Luna Lovegood stood beside his table, her radish earring swinging gently as she tilted her head to study the sunbeam. Her silvery eyes reflected the light, giving her an otherworldly appearance that matched her reputation. I suppose they do," Harry replied, though he had no idea what Raxperts looked like. He'd only met Luna a few months ago on the Hogwarts Express, but her peculiar observations never failed to catch him off guard. Luna set down a towering stack of books and slid into the chair across from him. "Your head is particularly full of them today," she observed, studying the space around him with unblinking focus. "It's no wonder you're having trouble with your essay." Harry rubbed his scar absently. "Just tired, I guess." "No, it's more than that." Luna leaned forward, her expression suddenly shifting from dreamy to intense. "You're at a crossroads, Harry Potter." Something in her tone made the hair on the back of Harry's neck stand up. He glanced around the library, but the nearest students were tables away, absorbed in their own studies. "What do you mean?" he asked, lowering his voice instinctively. Luna began arranging her books in a precise semicircle. "My mother could see things others couldn't," she said, her fingers tracing patterns on the leather-bound covers. Before the accident, she was researching ancient magic. Bond magic. Harry waited, unsure where this was going but somehow unable to dismiss it as just another of Luna's fanciful notions. "I can see them too," Luna continued. "The threads that connect people. Most are thin, barely visible: friendship, shared blood, magical oaths." She looked up, her eyes piercing through him. "But yours are different." Harry shifted uncomfortably. Fifth year was already proving to be a nightmare between Umbridge's regime, the Ministry's smear campaign, and the visions that plagued his sleep. The last thing he needed was another mysterious magical complication. "Different how?" he found himself asking despite his better judgment. Luna's expression softened. "They're beautiful, actually. 3 golden threads, braided together like a cord, stretching away from you across distances I can't see the end of." She tilted her head. "They've always been there, but they're growing stronger. Pulling." "And what exactly are these threads supposed to be?" "Soul bonds," Luna replied simply. "Rare magical connections. Destined partnerships that enhance magic when fulfilled." Her fingers played with the cork necklace at her throat. "Yours are the strongest I've ever seen." Harry's immediate instinct was to laugh it off, but something in Luna's earnest expression stopped him. "And who exactly am I supposedly bonded to?" "The Delacour sisters," Luna answered without hesitation. 3 Veela sisters. One you've already met." Harry's mouth fell open. "Fleur. Are you serious?" "Luna, this is, I know how it sounds," she interrupted with uncharacteristic firmness. "But the threads don't lie, Harry." "But I barely know Fleur. And I've never even met her sisters." Harry protested. "Besides, she's with Bill Weasley now." Luna shook her head. "Conventional relationships don't always align with magical bonds. The magic doesn't care about current arrangements or even personal feelings, at least not at first." She began opening one of her books. "My mother documented similar cases. Magic this ancient operates on its own principles. Harry ran a hand through his already messy hair. Even if this were true, and I'm not saying I believe it, why tell me now? Luna's eyes took on that unervingly focused quality again. Because the threads are activating, Harry. Something's changed. She pushed a heavy tome toward him, its pages yellowed with age. When magical bonds reach maturity, strange things happen to those connected. Shared dreams, magical surges, emotional echoes across distance. Harry felt a chill. For the past week, his dreams had occasionally shifted from the familiar corridor to glimpses of unfamiliar places, sunlit gardens, ocean views, a library of books in languages he couldn't read. He dismissed them as a welcome respite from the nightmares. That doesn't mean anything, he said, but his voice lacked conviction. Luna smiled faintly. You've already begun experiencing it, haven't you? She didn't wait for confirmation. The Triwizard Tournament initiated the connection, but something recent has strengthened it. The bond is awakening. Harry closed his textbook, Essay Forgotten. Luna, even if this is real, which is a big if, what am I supposed to do about it? I've got enough problems without adding mysterious magical bonds to three-part Veela witches I don't even know. For now. Nothing. Luna began carefully returning her books to their stack. The bond is still developing. But when the Delacours reach out, and they will, don't dismiss it. She stood, gathering her materials. Old magic like this doesn't manifest without reason, Harry. Especially not now, with darkness gathering. Wait, Harry called as she turned to leave. How do you know it's the Delacour sisters specifically? And how many sisters does Fleur even have? Luna paused. 3 threads, 3 sisters. Fleur is the eldest at 18. Apollon Delacour had 3 daughters, all carrying the Veela heritage. As for how I know. She touched the space near Harry's chest, not quite making contact. The threads have a signature. A feel to them. Veela magic has a distinctive luminescence, like looking at fire through water. Before Harry could question her further, Luna drifted away between the bookshelves, leaving him with far more questions than answers. Harry didn't mention Luna's bizarre claims to Ron or Hermione. With Ron's lingering jealousy issues from last year and Hermione's likely skeptical reaction, the conversation promised more trouble than insight. Besides, he reasoned, Luna was probably mistaken. Interesting magical theory, perhaps, but nothing to take seriously. This conviction lasted precisely 3 days. The first incident occurred during potions. As Harry stirred his cauldron counterclockwise, a sudden wave of foreign emotion washed over him, an intense frustration tinged with determination that certainly wasn't his own. His stirring rod slipped, and the potion hissed ominously. Potter. Snape's voice cut through the dungeon. Unless you intend to demonstrate the effects of an improperly brewed calming draught on yourself, I suggest you pay attention. Harry muttered an apology, but as he returned to his potion, the foreign feelings lingered at the edges of his awareness, someone struggling with a challenging task, pushing through difficulty with stubborn persistence. That night, his dreams shifted from the ministry corridor to a sunlit room where delicate fingers traced complex patterns in the air, practicing intricate wandwork with growing frustration. He woke with the lingering scent of lavender and lemon in his nostrils. The second incident was more dramatic. During a particularly brutal defense against the dark arts class, where Umbridge had set them to silently reading the dullest chapter yet, Harry felt a sudden surge of power race through him. His wand, securely tucked in his pocket, grew warm against his leg, and the pages of his textbook began turning on their own, flipping rapidly before the book slammed shut. Mr. Potter. Umbridge's saccharine voice dripped with malice. Is there a reason you feel exempt from today's reading? No, Professor, Harry replied, pulse racing as he reopened the book. Just an accident. Her toad-like smile widened. Another accident? How curious that these accidents only happen around you. Perhaps another evening of lines will improve your concentration. As rage built within him, Harry felt a cool wave of calm that wasn't his own wash through his mind, tempering his anger. He managed to nod stiffly instead of the retort that had been forming on his tongue. Later, alone in his dormitory, he withdrew the Marauder's map and found Luna's dot in the Ravenclaw common room. He needed answers, and she was the only one who might have them. "I was wondering when you'd come find me," Luna said when they met the following afternoon by the Black Lake. She sat cross-legged on the ground, sketching something in a leather-bound journal. Without looking up, she added, "The bonds are strengthening faster than I expected." Harry dropped down beside her, glancing around to ensure they were alone. "How did you know I'd experienced something?" "Your threads are pulsing with new energy," she replied, gesturing vaguely at his chest. "They're quite beautiful, like golden lightning. I felt things. Emotions that weren't mine. And in Umbridge's class, my magic just sort of flared." Harry picked up a stone and skipped it across the water's surface. "You said this connects me to the Delacour sisters?" Luna nodded, finally looking up from her journal. Harry caught a glimpse of strange diagrams before she closed it. "What you're experiencing are the first signs of resonance. Their magic calling to yours. But why now? And why me?" Harry tossed another stone with more force than necessary. "I've got enough to deal with already." "Magic this ancient often activates in response to need," Luna said thoughtfully. "When darkness rises, so do countermeasures." Harry snorted. "So now I'm supposed to believe the universe is setting me up with 3 Veela sisters to help defeat Voldemort?" Luna didn't flinch at the name. "Not setting you up romantically, necessarily. Soul bonds are more complex than that." She began drawing patterns in the dirt with a twig. "They're partnerships of magical potential. The romantic elements are possible complications." "Great," Harry muttered. "Just great." "There's more," Luna continued, her voice growing serious. "The bonds aren't just connecting you to them. They're changing your magic." Harry frowned. "Changing how?" "Veela magic is different from wizard magic, more elemental, more intuitive. The incidents you're experiencing? That's your magic adapting, expanding to incorporate aspects of theirs." She looked at him with unusual directness. "It will continue to happen, more frequently and with greater intensity." Harry thought of his wand warming, the book pages turning without his intent. "Could be inconvenient in the middle of class." "It could be dangerous if you're not prepared," Luna corrected. "Especially with Umbridge watching your every move." She had a point. The last thing he needed was to give Umbridge more ammunition against him. "So what do I do?" "First, you need to understand what you're dealing with." Luna reached into her bag and pulled out a slender book bound in pale blue leather. "This was my mother's journal from her research on Veela bonds. It's not complete, but it might help." Harry accepted the book carefully. "Thanks. Have you told anyone else about this?" Luna shook her head. "The threads are private. Sacred, even. I wouldn't violate that confidence." Relief washed through him. "What about the Delacours? Do they know about this?" "If they have a seer in their family, perhaps. Otherwise, they'll only know something is happening, without understanding exactly what." Luna's expression grew distant. "Veela have their own magical traditions. They likely have ways of interpreting such connections." Harry tucked the journal into his robes. "You said there were 3 sisters." "I only know about Fleur. Fleur is the eldest at 18. Then there's Gabrielle, who you rescued from the lake, she's 9 now. The middle sister is Valerie, who's 15, your age." Luna tilted her head. "The bond seems strongest with her, actually. Her thread pulses the brightest." Harry vaguely recalled seeing a small blonde girl with Fleur's parents after the tournament but hadn't paid much attention then. "And they all live in France?" Luna nodded. "The Delacour family is quite prominent there. Their mother, Apollon, holds a position in the French magical government. Harry groaned. Fantastic. An international magical incident in the making. Or an alliance, Luna suggested. The French magical community hasn't taken the same stance as your ministry on Voldemort's return. Before Harry could respond, a flicker of movement caught his eye. Turning, he saw Hermione approaching from the castle, waving to get his attention. Harry, she called. There you are. We've been looking everywhere for you. Ron's got Quidditch practice in 20 minutes, and we wanted to go over the defense study group plans before then. Luna gathered her things. Read the journal, she murmured. And don't be surprised if you receive an owl from France soon. Luna's prediction proved unerringly accurate. 3 days later, as owls swooped into the great hall during breakfast, a striking eagle owl landed gracefully before Harry. Its feathers were an unusual silver-gold shade, and it carried a pale blue envelope sealed with wax that seemed to shimmer with an inner light. Blimey, that's a fancy bird, Ron commented through a mouthful of toast. Who's it from? No idea, Harry replied, though a suspicion was already forming. The owl regarded him with unusual intelligence, extending its leg with almost regal patience. Hermione leaned forward. That seal. I've seen it before. In a book about European magical families. Her eyes widened. Harry, I think that's from the Delacours. Harry carefully detached the letter. The seal indeed bore a stylized D, surrounded by what appeared to be flames. The owl accepted a piece of bacon from Ron, but remained perched on the table, clearly waiting for a response. Well, open it then. Ron urged, curiosity evident. With a strange mix of trepidation and anticipation, Harry broke the seal. The parchment inside was delicate and carried a faint scent of flowers. The handwriting was elegant but strong, the English perfect with only the faintest hints of French formality. Dear Harry Potter, I hope this letter finds you well. My name is Valerie Delacour, sister to Fleur and Gabrielle, whom you already know from the Triwizard Tournament. I write regarding a matter of some delicacy and significance. For the past several weeks, my sisters and I have experienced unusual magical occurrences that our family's advisors believe may be connected to you. These include shared dreams, magical resonance, and what our grandmother describes as aim resonance, soul resonance. In the Veela traditions of my mother's lineage, such signs are not taken lightly. They suggest a magical connection of rare significance that warrants investigation. In ordinary times, this could wait for a proper formal meeting, but given the current climate in Britain that my sister Fleur reports, we believe more immediate communication is prudent. If you have experienced similar phenomena, I would greatly appreciate your candor. If not, please forgive the intrusion. My family will be traveling to London next weekend on official business. With your permission, we would like to meet with you. Fleur has suggested the Hogsmeade weekend would provide an opportunity without drawing undue attention from those at your school who might not appreciate international magical cooperation. The owl awaits your response and is enchanted to find you regardless of wards or protections. With respect and curiosity, Valerie Delacour. Harry read the letter twice, acutely aware of Ron and Hermione watching him. The parchment felt unnaturally warm in his hands, and he could have sworn the ink shimmered slightly as he read. Well? Ron prompted. What does it say? Harry hesitated. Luna's warnings about keeping the bond private rang in his ears, but these were his best friends. It's from Fleur's sister, he said finally. She wants to meet during the Hogsmeade weekend. Hermione's eyebrows shot up. Her sister. Why would she be writing to you? Something about magical occurrences they think might involve me, Harry replied, keeping his explanation deliberately vague. Probably related to the tournament somehow. Magical occurrences? Hermione repeated, her academic interest clearly piqued. What kind of, blimey, Harry, Ron interrupted with a grin. First Fleur's little sister has that life debt, and now the middle one's writing to you. Got the whole family wrapped around your finger, haven't you? Harry forced a laugh, relieved for Ron's inadvertent redirection. Hardly. It's probably nothing important. He folded the letter carefully. I should reply, though. You're not seriously considering meeting them, are you? Hermione asked, lowering her voice. With Umbridge watching your every move. It's just Hogsmeade, Harry pointed out. Everyone will be there. Besides, it might be important. Hermione looked unconvinced but didn't press further. Just be careful. The last thing we need is for the High Inquisitor to accuse you of international conspiracy or something equally ridiculous. The Eagle Owl continued to watch Harry expectantly. He excused himself from the table, ignoring the curious looks from other students as the magnificent bird followed him from the hall, gliding silently behind him. In the relative privacy of a corridor alcove, Harry pulled out a quill and parchment. The owl perched on a nearby windowsill, preening its feathers as if to give him space to think. After several false starts, he settled on a response, Dear Valerie Delacour, thank you for your letter. I have indeed experienced some unusual magical incidents recently, though I'm not entirely sure what they mean. I would be interested in meeting during the Hogsmeade weekend to discuss this further. There is a pub called the Three Broomsticks that would provide a relatively private place to talk. I could meet you there at noon, if that suits. I should mention that Hogwarts is currently under the supervision of a ministry official who takes a dim view of almost everything I do. Discretion might be advisable. Sincerely, Harry Potter. He read it over, wondering if he should mention Luna or the specific details of what he'd experienced, but decided against it. Better to have that conversation in person. He sealed the letter and offered it to the owl, which took it with surprising gentleness before launching into the air and disappearing through an open window. Harry leaned against the stone wall, Luna's journal heavy in his pocket. He'd read half of it already, though much of Pandora Lovegood's research was theoretical and filled with references to magical concepts he'd never encountered before. What was clear, however, was that soul bonds were rare, powerful, and once activated, irreversible. The sound of approaching footsteps pulled him from his thoughts. Straightening up, he headed toward Transfiguration, his mind racing with questions that only the Delacours might be able to answer. The week crawled by with excruciating slowness. Harry found himself increasingly distracted, the foreign sensations growing stronger each day. Twice he woke in the middle of the night, his skin uncomfortably hot, the scent of smoke in his nostrils though nothing in the dormitory was burning. During charms, his wand produced silver-blue flames instead of the simple illumination charm they were practicing, earning him curious looks from Professor Flitwick and suspicious narrowing of eyes from Umbridge, who had been observing the class. Most disconcerting were the dreams, vivid scenes of places he'd never been, conversations in rapid French that somehow he understood while dreaming but couldn't recall upon waking, and persistent impressions of frustration and determination that weren't his own. On Friday evening, he found Luna waiting outside the room of requirement after the DA meeting had concluded. She fell into step beside him as the others dispersed. Your threads are practically vibrating with anticipation, she observed. I take it you've heard from them? Harry nodded, checking to ensure no one was within earshot. I'm meeting them tomorrow at the Three Broomsticks. All three sisters, apparently. That's good, Luna replied. Direct contact will help stabilize the magical fluctuations you've been experiencing. Harry raised an eyebrow. You've noticed those too? It's rather difficult not to notice when your wand produces Veela fire in the middle of charms class, she said with a small smile. Professor Flitwick was quite impressed, actually. He recognized the signature. Wonderful, Harry muttered. So much for keeping this quiet. Luna's expression grew serious. Have you finished my mother's journal? Most of it. Harry had spent late nights reading by wandlight under his covers. Some parts don't make much sense to me, but I think I understand the basics. These bonds form to create magical partnerships with complementary abilities, right? Luna nodded. The Veela bring elemental magic, emotional intelligence, and protective instincts. You bring raw power, defensive magic, and... She paused. Something else my mother called the catalyst essence. She never fully explained it. And there's no way to... I don't know, deactivate it? Harry asked, already knowing the answer. Luna shook her head. Magic this ancient doesn't have an off switch, Harry. It's like trying to unring a bell. She touched his arm lightly. Remember what I said about keeping an open mind tomorrow. The Delacours will have their own understanding of what's happening. Any other advice? Harry asked as they reached the point where they would part ways. Luna appeared to consider for a moment. Yes. When Veela feel threatened or protective, their magic can manifest physically. Don't be alarmed if you see feathers or fire. She smiled dreamily. It's actually quite beautiful. With that cryptic warning, she drifted away toward Ravenclaw Tower, leaving Harry with more questions than answers. Saturday morning dawned clear and cold. Harry dressed with unusual care, aware of the importance of this meeting. Ron and Hermione had agreed to accompany him to Hogsmeade but give him space for the meeting itself, though Hermione's curiosity was practically radiating from her. "You're sure you don't want us to come with you?" she asked for the third time as they walked the path to the village. "If this involves unusual magic, I might be able to help identify, I'm sure," Harry interrupted gently. "It's probably nothing serious, and bringing friends might make it seem like I don't take their concerns seriously." Ron nudged him. "Besides, 3-part Veela witches. Harry probably wants to make a good impression without us cramping his style." Harry felt his face grow warm. "It's not like that," he protested, though Luna's journal had made it clear that soul bonds often did evolve into romantic connections over time. "It's just a discussion about some magical anomalies." "Right," Ron said with a knowing grin. "Magical anomalies with 3 beautiful witches who specifically asked to meet you alone." Hermione rolled her eyes. "Honestly, Ron. Not everything revolves around romance." She turned to Harry. "Just be careful, and find us at Honeyduke's when you're done. I want to hear everything." They parted ways at the village entrance, Ron and Hermione heading toward the sweet shop while Harry made his way to the 3 Broomsticks. The pub was busy with Hogwarts students enjoying their day away from the castle, but not so crowded that finding a table would be impossible. Harry arrived 15 minutes early, securing a booth in the back corner with a good view of both the door and the rest of the pub. The placement was strategic, close enough to other students to avoid appearing secretive, but far enough away for private conversation. He ordered a butterbeer and sipped it slowly, his nervousness growing with each passing minute. At precisely noon, the door opened, and conversation in the pub momentarily stuttered to a halt. 3 young women entered, their presence commanding immediate attention despite their understated elegance. Harry recognized Fleur immediately. Her silvery blonde hair was swept up in a simple knot, and she wore robes of periwinkle blue that complemented her eyes. She scanned the pub with practiced poise, ignoring the stares from the predominantly male patrons. Beside her stood a much younger girl who could only be Gabrielle, her resemblance to Fleur unmistakable despite her youth. She bounced slightly on her toes, her excitement barely contained as her wide eyes took in the unfamiliar surroundings. But it was the third sister who caught and held Harry's attention. Standing between her siblings, Valerie Delacour carried herself with quiet confidence. Her hair fell in loose waves past her shoulders, a shade darker than Fleur's, more gold than silver. Where Fleur's beauty was almost ethereal, Valerie's features had a warmer quality, her smile as she spotted Harry reaching her eyes in a way that transformed her face from merely beautiful to genuinely captivating. As their eyes met across the room, Harry felt a jolt of recognition that had nothing to do with physical appearance. Something inside him resonated, like a tuning fork struck at just the right frequency. His wand warmed in his pocket, and for a brief moment, he could have sworn he saw golden threads connecting them, just as Luna had described. Valerie's eyes widened slightly, and Harry knew she had felt it too. She murmured something to her sisters, and the 3 made their way toward his table, navigating around gawking students with practiced ease. Harry Potter, Fleur greeted him with a warm smile, her accent less pronounced than he remembered. It is good to see you again. Harry stood, suddenly acutely aware of his untamable hair and second-hand clothes. Fleur, good to see you too. And Gabrielle, he added, nodding to the younger girl, who beamed at being recognized. And I am Valerie, the middle sister introduced herself, extending her hand. Thank you for agreeing to meet us. When their hands touched, a visible spark of blue-gold energy crackled between them. Valerie didn't pull away, her eyes locked with his as the sensation of warm current flowed up his arm. It wasn't uncomfortable, quite the opposite, but it was undeniably magical. I think, Harry said quietly as they all took their seats, we have quite a lot to discuss. Fleur cast a subtle privacy charm around their booth. Indeed we do, she agreed, her expression serious. It seems magic has plans for you and my sisters that none of us anticipated. The conversation that followed was unlike any Harry had experienced. The Delacour sisters, primarily Valerie and Fleur, as Gabrielle was still too young to fully understand, explained Veela bond magic from their perspective. Their grandmother, a full-blooded Veela, had recognized the signs immediately when all three sisters began experiencing magical fluctuations simultaneously. In Veela culture, bonds are sacred, Valerie explained, her English fluent though softly accented. They are seen as magic's way of creating perfect magical synergy between compatible cores. But three bonds at once is unprecedented, Fleur added, absently stirring her gilly water. Even one such bond is rare enough to be celebrated within a family for generations. So what exactly does this bond mean? Harry asked, trying to reconcile their explanation with what he'd read in Luna's mother's journal. Practically speaking, I mean. Valerie exchanged glances with Fleur. In practical terms, our magic will continue to blend and enhance each other's. The spontaneous manifestations you've experienced, we've had similar incidents, will eventually stabilize into new abilities. Like what? Enhanced protection spells, for one, Fleur replied. Veela magic is fundamentally protective. Combined with your power. She trailed off, looking thoughtful. It could be significant, Valerie finished. Especially given current events. Harry understood the careful reference to Voldemort's return. Your family believes he's back, then? Of course, Fleur said immediately. The French ministry is taking precautions, unlike yours. Bill has kept us informed of the Order's activities as well. The mention of Bill Weasley brought another question to mind. Speaking of Bill. I thought you two were. Harry gestured vaguely, unsure how to delicately ask about her relationship given the current discussion. Fleur's expression softened. Bill and I care for each other, yes. But he understands Veela magic better than most wizards. When the bond signs appeared. She shrugged elegantly. He was the one who insisted I speak with my grandmother immediately. The bonds don't demand romantic attachment, Valerie clarified, her cheeks coloring slightly. Though historically, they often develop that way due to magical compatibility. Little Gabrielle, who had been surprisingly quiet during the explanation, suddenly piped up. Grandmere says Harry is our destined magical knight. Like in the old stories. Gabrielle. Valerie admonished gently, but her eyes sparkled with amusement. We agreed to explain things carefully. Harry couldn't help smiling at the young girl's enthusiasm. Knight, huh? I'm not sure I fit that description. You rescued me from the lake, Gabrielle pointed out seriously. That's what knights do. She has a point, Fleur acknowledged with a smile before returning to the matter at hand. The question now is how to proceed. These bonds will continue to strengthen whether we acknowledge them or not, but working together would help stabilize the process and potentially unlock the full benefits sooner. Harry considered this. With Voldemort's return, any magical advantage could be crucial. Yet the complications seemed endless, Umbridge's watchful eye, the geographical separation, not to mention the personal implications of forming such intimate magical connections with three witches he barely knew. "I need to know something first," Harry said finally. "This bond, is it forcing feelings or connections that wouldn't otherwise exist? Because I'm not comfortable with magic that takes away choice." Valerie's expression grew serious. "A valid concern. The answer is complex." She leaned forward. "The bonds form only where magical compatibility already exists, they don't create it from nothing. But they do, enhance awareness of that compatibility." She met his eyes directly. "Any feelings that develop would be genuine, just perhaps accelerated by magical awareness. Our grandmother describes it as magic removing obstacles that might otherwise prevent natural connection," Fleur added. "Not creating artificial ones." Harry nodded, somewhat reassured. "And what would working together look like practically? You all live in France, and I'm stuck at Hogwarts under ministry surveillance." "For now, controlled practice through correspondence," Valerie suggested. "Learning to recognize and direct the shared magic rather than letting it manifest spontaneously. We've brought enchanted journals that would allow secure communication. And perhaps occasional meetings when circumstances permit," Fleur added. "I will be working at Gringotts more frequently now, which gives us a legitimate reason for family visits." As they discussed logistics, Harry found himself increasingly drawn to the idea. Beyond the potential magical benefits, there was something compelling about the Delacours themselves: Fleur's confident practicality, Gabrielle's innocent enthusiasm, and especially Valerie's thoughtful intelligence. The initial awkwardness had faded quickly, replaced by conversation that felt surprisingly natural despite the extraordinary circumstances. "There's one more thing you should know," Valerie said as their meeting drew to a close. "These bonds, they're permanent. Once fully formed, they cannot be severed without grave magical consequences." "I figured as much," Harry replied, remembering Luna's warning. "Not much in my life comes with an exit strategy." This drew unexpected laughs from both older sisters. "A practical attitude," Fleur approved. As they prepared to leave, Valerie handed Harry a leather-bound journal similar in appearance to the one she'd been writing in during their conversation. "For communication," she explained. "It's paired with ours, what you write will appear in our journals, and vice versa. It's also enchanted to appear as ordinary class notes to anyone else who might look at it." Their fingers brushed during the exchange, and again Harry felt that pleasant current of magic between them. This time, he noticed something more, a faint golden glow that briefly outlined their joined hands before fading. "The bond approves," Gabrielle announced with childlike certainty, pointing at their hands. Valerie smiled at her younger sister before turning back to Harry. "We should go. Our parents are meeting with associates in London and expecting us back shortly." Harry stood. "Will I meet them?" "Your parents, I mean." "Soon," Fleur promised. "They are very interested in meeting the wizard who has formed such unprecedented bonds with all three of their daughters." "That sounds intimidating," Harry admitted. Valerie's laugh was warm. "Don't worry. Our father pretends to be stern, but he's actually quite kind. And our mother." She exchanged glances with her sisters. "Well, she's already impressed by what she knows of you." As they prepared to leave, Fleur cast a subtle charm that would cause other patrons to momentarily look elsewhere, giving them a less conspicuous exit. Just before they reached the door, Valerie turned back. "Harry," she said softly, "whatever these bonds mean for the future, I'm glad we've met. Properly, this time." With that, the three sisters slipped out into the Hogsmeade Street, leaving Harry with a journal full of possibilities and a mind racing with new questions. The walk back to the castle later that afternoon gave Harry time to process the meeting. Ron and Hermione flanked him, their curiosity barely contained as they crossed the grounds. "Well?" Hermione finally burst out. "What did they want?" Harry had prepared a version of the truth that wouldn't reveal too much. "It's complicated. They believe there's some kind of magical connection that formed during the tournament, something to do with saving Gabrielle and competing alongside Fleur. What kind of connection? Hermione pressed. Some kind of rare magical resonance, Harry replied, using Valerie's terminology. Their grandmother noticed it first, she's a full Veela and sensitive to unusual magic. Ron whistled. Magical connection with 3 Veela? Some blokes have all the luck. Hermione elbowed him. This is serious, Ron. Magical connections can have significant implications. She turned back to Harry. What are you going to do about it? Harry patted the journal hidden in his robes. Keep in touch, try to understand it better. They gave me some materials to study. You should let me research this too, Hermione insisted. The Hogwarts library might have information on Veela magic that could help. Thanks, but I think I need to understand it from their perspective first, Harry demurred. It's their family magic, after all. As they approached the castle, Harry spotted Luna sitting alone by the lake, apparently talking to the giant squid. He made a mental note to speak with her soon, she deserved to know her insights had been correct. That evening, alone in his four-poster with the curtains drawn, Harry opened the journal Valerie had given him. On the first page, elegant handwriting had already appeared. The first meeting is always the hardest part. The bonds are pleased, and already I can feel the connection steadying. Rest well, Harry Potter. We have much to learn together in the days ahead. Valerie below her message, in a more elaborate script, Bill says to tell you that the Order sends greetings. He also says to remind you to practice your occlumency, it may help with controlling the magical manifestations. We will begin proper training exercises tomorrow. Fleur and finally, in large childish letters, thank you again for saving me from the lake. Grandmere says you're going to be very powerful when the bonds grow up. I drew a picture of you fighting bad wizards with our help, but Valerie won't let me put it in the journal yet. Gabrielle, your smallest bond sister. Despite everything, Umbridge, the Ministry, Voldemort, and now this unexpected magical complication, Harry found himself smiling as he took out a quill to respond. Whatever this bond meant for his future, at least he wasn't facing it alone. In the weeks that followed, the journal became Harry's most treasured possession. Each night, he would draw his bed curtains and spend an hour in correspondence with the Delacour sisters, mostly Valerie, as she was closest to his age and took primary responsibility for teaching him about Veela magic, but occasionally Fleur with practical advice or Gabrielle with enthusiastic encouragement. Under their guidance, he began to gain control over the magical manifestations. The strange surges didn't stop, but he learned to channel them more effectively. When his wand warmed unexpectedly during transfiguration, rather than fighting the sensation, he directed it into his spell, turning a hedgehog into a pincushion that McGonagall declared unusually fine work, Potter. Luna observed these developments with quiet approval. The threads are harmonizing, she noted during one of their occasional meetings by the lake. They're no longer pulling in different directions. Harry had to admit she was right. The foreign emotions he sensed were no longer disorienting, he could distinguish them clearly now, Fleur's focused determination, Gabrielle's boundless enthusiasm, and most prominently, Valerie's thoughtful curiosity. Sometimes in the quiet moments between classes or just before sleep, he would focus on these distant connections, drawing comfort from the knowledge that somewhere, 3 sisters were likewise aware of him. The DA meetings benefited from his growing magical control. His spells gained new potency, and he found himself able to demonstrate defensive magic with greater precision. Hermione noticed, of course. Your casting has changed, she observed after a particularly successful session teaching the Patronus charm. It's more fluid somehow. Less rigid. Harry attributed it to practice, but the truth was more complex. Veela magic approached spellcasting differently, less dependent on rigid wand movements and more on intention and emotional direction. As his magic blended with the Delacours, he found himself adopting elements of their style. Not all changes were positive. His dreams grew more vivid, often shifting between the Ministry corridor and scenes from the Delacour home in France. He woke more than once convinced he could smell the sea air or hear distant conversation in French. According to Valerie's journal entries, his sisters experienced similar dreams of Hogwarts, corridors they'd never walked, classes they'd never attended. It's the bond seeking equilibrium, Valerie wrote. Sharing experiences to create common ground. More concerning were the moments when emotions bled through too strongly. During a particularly nasty detention with Umbridge, as the blood quill carved words into his hand, Harry felt a surge of rage that wasn't entirely his own. The quill in Umbridge's hand suddenly burst into blue flames, causing her to drop it with a shriek. Only Harry's quick thinking in knocking over an inkwell to douse the flames prevented more serious questions. That night, the journal was filled with concerned messages. What happened? I felt such pain and anger, then my hands caught fire in the middle of dinner. Father had to douse them with his wine. Valerie, Harry, was that Umbridge again? Bill says the woman is using blood quills on students. Is this true? The Veela in us responds very strongly to threats against bonded ones. Fleur, did you see my fire? Mama says I made all the candles in my room turn blue. Are you hurt? Gabrielle, their concern touched him deeply, but it highlighted a dangerous complication. If the emotional bleed-through could trigger uncontrolled magic at a distance, they all needed to learn better control, quickly. The situation came to a head in early December. Harry was in the room of requirement demonstrating shield charms to the DA when a crushing wave of terror crashed through the bond. The feeling was so intense that he staggered, his shield collapsing as his wand clattered to the floor. Harry! Hermione rushed to his side. What's wrong? He couldn't answer, doubled over as foreign panic flooded his system. Something was terribly wrong, one of the sisters was in danger. The fear carried images, dark robes, masked figures, the sound of breaking glass. Without thinking, Harry thrust out his hand. The room fell silent as blue-gold flames erupted from his fingertips, swirling into a miniature tornado before coalescing into a fiery bird that hovered before him, awaiting direction. Bloody hell, Ron whispered, echoing the stunned silence of the room. The firebird tilted its head, and Harry understood instinctively. Forcing himself to focus through the panic still gripping him, he spoke 3 words, "Find them. Help." The creature gave a silent cry and shot upward, passing through the ceiling as if it were mist. The moment it disappeared, Harry collapsed to his knees, the magical exertion compounding his already overwhelmed state. Everyone back. Luna's voice cut through the confusion. She knelt beside Harry, her expression serious. The meeting's over. Go back to your common rooms. Now. To his surprise, the DA members obeyed, filing out with concerned glances and whispered questions. Only Ron, Hermione, and Luna remained. It's the bond, isn't it? Luna asked quietly. Harry nodded, struggling to separate his emotions from the turbulent flood coming through the connection. Something's wrong. An attack, I think. Hermione's eyes widened. The Delacours? In France? I don't know. It felt closer. Harry fumbled for the journal in his pocket, but his hands were shaking too badly to open it. Luna took it gently from him. May I? At his nod, she opened the journal. The pages were filled with frantically scrawled words, attack at Bill's cottage. Death Eaters. Fleur and Gabrielle visiting. Mother alerted French horrors, but too far. Help coming. The handwriting was Valerie's, but more jagged than her usual elegant script. Below it, more urgent, wards failing. Bill injured. Need help. Then nothing. We need to tell Dumbledore, Hermione said immediately, always practical even in crisis. No time, Harry gasped, fighting through another wave of fear that wasn't his own. The bond was pulling at him, a physical sensation like hooks beneath his skin. I need to go to them. Go to them? Ron repeated incredulously. They're in Cornwall. How would you even, but Harry wasn't listening. The pull was becoming irresistible, the magic of the bond demanding action. Without fully understanding what he was doing, he closed his eyes and focused on the golden threads Luna had described, 3 strands connecting him to the sisters, pulsing with urgent energy. "Harry, don't," Hermione began, but her voice seemed to come from very far away. The room of requirement blurred around him. Harry felt a sensation like being compressed from all sides, similar to apparition but somehow deeper, as if his very essence was being pulled along those golden threads. There was a moment of disorienting darkness, and then he was standing on a windswept cliff overlooking the sea. Before him, a small stone cottage was partially engulfed in blue-gold flames, the same fire he'd conjured moments before. Dark-robed figures were retreating from the blaze, firing spells over their shoulders as they fled. Inside the bond, Harry could feel them now, Fleur's determined focus as she maintained a shield over something on the ground, Gabrielle's terror tempered with relief at his arrival, and Valerie's surprise giving way to fierce joy. The nearest Death Eater turned, spotting Harry's sudden appearance. "Potter? Here. That's impossible." But Harry wasn't interested in what was possible. The bond magic surged within him, responding to his need and the sisters' peril. He raised his wand, and power unlike anything he'd experienced before flowed through him, his own magic amplified and transformed by the Veela bond. "Get away from them," he said, his voice eerily calm despite the inferno of emotion inside him. The Death Eater laughed and raised his wand. "The Dark Lord will reward me beyond," he never finished the sentence. The spell that burst from Harry's wand wasn't one he consciously chose, it emerged from the bond itself, a blast of golden energy that sent the Death Eater flying backward into his companions. The cottage door burst open, and Valerie emerged, her wand drawn and her hair whipping in the wind. For a brief moment, Harry saw her through the lens of the fully awakened bond, a corona of fire surrounding her, hints of feathers at her temples, her eyes blazing with inhuman light. "Harry," she called, and her voice seemed to resonate through the bond. "The wards are failing. Bill is hurt." Understanding flowed between them without words. Harry moved toward the cottage, the remaining Death Eaters momentarily frozen by the unexpected reinforcement. Inside, he found Fleur kneeling beside Bill Weasley's unconscious form, her hands glowing as she pressed them to a wound on his chest. Gabrielle stood behind her sister, tears streaming down her face but her small chin set in determination as she held a shield charm over them both. "Death Eaters," Fleur said tersely, not looking up from her work. "They tracked us from London. Bill tried to warn the Order, but they destroyed the Floo." Harry knelt opposite her. Through the bond, he could feel the magic she was channeling, healing energy tinged with Veela fire. Without being told, he placed his hands beside hers, and immediately felt the connection strengthen. Golden light spread from their joined hands, sinking into Bill's wound. "It's working," Fleur whispered, hope coloring her voice. Outside, spellfire erupted as Valerie engaged the regrouped attackers. Harry could feel her determination through the bond, but also her fatigue, she'd been holding them off alone until his arrival. "Go," Fleur urged him. "I can finish here." "Gabrielle, stay with me." Harry didn't need to be told twice. He rushed back outside to find Valerie dueling 3 Death Eaters simultaneously, her casting style fluid and graceful despite her exhaustion. As he joined her, their magic synchronized instinctively, his shields complementing her attacks, their movements coordinated as if they'd trained together for years. "How did you get here?" she asked between spells, her accent more pronounced under stress. "The bond," Harry replied simply, deflecting a curse that would have caught her side. "I followed it to you." Her eyes widened momentarily before she turned her attention back to their attackers. "Impossible. Even full Veela can't." "Talk later," Harry suggested, as a cutting curse grazed his shoulder. The pain must have transmitted through the bond, because Valerie's next spell carried an extra surge of power that blasted her opponent off his feet. The fight was intense but brief. Whatever the Death Eaters had expected when targeting Bill's cottage, it certainly wasn't Harry Potter appearing from nowhere with Veela fire at his command. When distant pops of apparition signaled the arrival of reinforcements, whether Order members or Aurors, Harry couldn't tell, the remaining attackers fled, disappearing into the darkness. As the immediate danger passed, the adrenaline that had carried Harry through the impossible journey and subsequent battle began to fade. He swayed on his feet, suddenly aware of how much magic he'd expended. Valerie caught him before he could fall, her arms slipping around his waist. "That was either the bravest or most foolish thing I've ever seen," she murmured, but her voice carried no rebuke, only wonder and a warmth that resonated through the bond. "Had to come," Harry replied, his voice rough with exhaustion. "Felt you needed me." Something in her expression softened. Before she could respond, more figures appeared around the cottage, Order members, Harry realized as he recognized Tonk's distinctive pink hair and Kingsley Shacklebolt's imposing form. "Harry!" Tonks exclaimed, spotting him leaning against Valerie. "How in Merlin's name are you here? You're supposed to be at Hogwarts." "Long story," Harry managed, fighting to stay conscious as magical exhaustion threatened to overwhelm him. Kingsley approached more cautiously, his wand still drawn. "We need to verify your identity." But Fleur, emerging from the cottage with Gabrielle in tow, interrupted. "It's him, Kingsley. No imposter could have done what he just did." She met Harry's eyes, and he felt her gratitude flowing through the bond. "Bill is stabilized. The healing worked." Kingsley looked between them, clearly sensing he was missing something significant. "We still need to contact Dumbledore immediately. If Harry's here, that means Hogwarts security has been breached." "Not exactly," Harry said, but further explanation was beyond him as darkness began to creep into the edges of his vision. The last thing he saw before consciousness slipped away was Valerie's concerned face above his, and the last thing he felt was the bond between them pulsing with shared emotion, relief, concern, and something deeper that had no name yet but carried the promise of more. Harry woke to the familiar ceiling of the Hogwarts hospital wing. For a moment, he wondered if the entire experience had been a dream, the desperate pull through the bond, the battle at the cottage, the seamless integration of his magic with the Delacours. Then he became aware of voices nearby. Completely unprecedented in all recorded cases of magical bonds, Dumbledore was saying, his tone thoughtful rather than alarmed. To physically transport oneself along a nascent soul connection requires power that, frankly, should be beyond a wizard of Mr. Potter's age and experience. "The bond is accelerating his magical development," a melodic female voice replied, one Harry didn't recognize. "My granddaughters report significant shared abilities already, far earlier than traditional bonding patterns would suggest." Harry turned his head slightly to see the speakers. Dumbledore stood near the foot of his bed in conversation with an elegant older woman whose silver blonde hair and regal bearing immediately identified her as a Delacour, the grandmother, he guessed, that the sisters had mentioned. Nearby, Madame Pomfrey was engaged in what appeared to be a professional discussion with a tall, distinguished wizard in formal French robes, some kind of healer, Harry assumed from their conversation about magical exhaustion treatments. At a small table by the window sat the three sisters themselves, alongside a handsome couple who could only be their parents. They were speaking in rapid French, too quiet for Harry to make out the words. It was Luna, perched on a chair beside his bed, who first noticed he was awake. "The threads are much stronger now," she observed, drawing everyone's attention. "Almost solid. You can probably see them yourself, can't you?" Before Harry could respond, there was a flurry of movement as Madame Pomfrey rushed to his side, wand already casting diagnostic spells. The Delacours rose from their table, but maintained a respectful distance as the Medowitch worked. "How do you feel, Mr. Potter?" Madame Pomfrey asked, her professional tone belied by the concern in her eyes. "Tired," Harry admitted. His body felt leaden, as if he'd run several marathons. "How long was I out?" "Nearly 2 days," Dumbledore answered, stepping closer. "Quite understandable, given the extraordinary magic you performed." Harry's memories rushed back fully, the desperate pull through the bond, the battle, the shared healing magic with Fleur. "Bill," he said suddenly. My son-in-law will recover fully," the distinguished wizard said, approaching the bed. "Thanks in no small part to your intervention." He inclined his head slightly. Sebastian Delacour. "It seems we have much to discuss, Mr. Potter." "Indeed we do," Dumbledore agreed, his eyes twinkling despite the seriousness of the situation. "But perhaps that can wait until Harry has had a chance to fully wake and orient himself." Madame Pomfrey concurred with a firm nod. 5 minutes only, then my patient needs rest and nourishment." As the adults stepped away to continue their discussions, the Delacour sisters approached Harry's bedside. Gabrielle immediately climbed onto the foot of the bed, earning a soft rebuke from her mother that she cheerfully ignored. "You came," she said simply, her young face solemn with the weight of her words. "When we needed you most." "Of course I did," Harry replied, the response feeling natural despite the impossibility of what he'd actually accomplished. Fleur squeezed his hand briefly. "Bill wanted me to convey his thanks. The healers said without the combined magic we used, the curse would have reached his heart." Valerie said nothing at first, but her eyes conveyed volumes. When she finally spoke, her voice was soft. "You followed the bond. Grandmother says even full Veela rarely manage such transportation, and never across such distances." "I didn't really think about it," Harry admitted. "I just felt you needed me, and then I was there." "The bonds are fully activated now," Luna observed from her chair. "What you did catalyzed the final stage." Valerie nodded in agreement. "We can all feel the difference. The connection is complete in a way it wasn't before." "Is that good or bad?" Harry asked, noting the mix of expressions among the sisters. "It depends on your perspective," Fleur replied diplomatically. "Such bonds cannot be reversed now. Our magics are permanently linked." "Which brings us to important matters," Sebastian Delacour said, rejoining the conversation. Beside him stood his wife, Apollon, whose Veela heritage was evident in her timeless beauty and the subtle aura of power that surrounded her. "We had hoped for a more conventional introduction," Apollon said, her accent more pronounced than her daughter's. "But circumstances have forced our hand." Her expression softened. "What you did for my daughters, Mr. Potter, there is no adequate way to express our gratitude." Harry felt his face warm. "I just did what anyone would do." "Transportation through soul bonds is not something anyone could accomplish," Sebastian countered, though his tone held no accusation, only a kind of measured respect. "You have bound yourself to my family in ways that carry significant magical and social implications." "What your father means," Apollon interjected with a gentle smile, "is that we have much to discuss about the future, once you have recovered." Dumbledore cleared his throat. "Indeed, and there are also matters of security to address. The fact that Harry was able to leave Hogwarts through previously unknown magical means presents certain complications. Not to mention questions about how you'll return to classes without revealing what happened," Hermione added from the doorway, where she and Ron had apparently been waiting. Madame Pomfrey looked ready to protest the growing crowd, but Dumbledore raised a placating hand. "Just a few more minutes, Poppy. These are important considerations." Harry's head was spinning, and not just from magical exhaustion. The implications were overwhelming. The bond was permanent, the Delacour family was now magically linked to him, and somehow he'd managed to teleport across Britain using a magical connection that shouldn't have been capable of such things. And all of this while Voldemort was gaining power and Umbridge was tightening her grip on Hogwarts. "One thing at a time," Valerie said softly, and Harry realized she must have sensed his overwhelm through the bond. She placed her hand over his, and immediately a sense of calm flowed between them. "First, you rest and recover. Then we face each challenge as it comes. Together," Gabrielle added firmly from the foot of the bed. Fleur nodded in agreement. "The bond has chosen, and now magic itself will help us navigate the path forward." As Madame Pomfrey finally insisted on clearing the room, Harry caught Luna's eye. She smiled, serene as always. "I told you the threads were important," she said simply. "Some connections are written in the stars long before we understand their purpose." Looking at the three sisters as they prepared to leave, Fleur with her practical strength, Gabrielle with her boundless spirit, and Valerie with her steadfast warmth, Harry found himself thinking that perhaps, just this once, magic had given him something extraordinary that didn't come with a terrible price. The bond hummed in agreement, golden threads now visible to his awakened senses, connecting him to three witches who had somehow become essential to him in ways he was only beginning to understand. Chapter 2, The Delacour Connection. Morning light spilled through the hospital wing windows, casting long shadows across Harry's bed. 3 days had passed since his impossible journey through the bond, and though his magical reserves were slowly recovering, Madame Pomfrey remained adamant about keeping him under observation. "Magical exhaustion isn't something to trifle with, Mr. Potter," she reminded him for what felt like the 100th time, checking the diagnostic charms hovering above his bed. "Especially not when it involves previously undocumented forms of transportation." Harry sighed, setting aside the transfiguration text Hermione had smuggled in. "But I feel fine now. Honestly. Your core readings suggest otherwise." She tapped a glowing symbol that meant nothing to Harry but apparently confirmed her point. Another day at minimum. The hospital wing doors swung open, admitting Professor McGonagall. Her expression was its usual mixture of sternness and concern as she approached his bed. "Mr. Potter," she greeted him, conjuring a chair with a casual flick of her wand. "How are you feeling this morning?" "Ready to leave," he answered truthfully. A hint of amusement flickered across her features. "So Poppy mentioned." She settled into the chair, straightening her robes. "However, before that can happen, we need to address certain, practical matters." Harry tensed, recognizing her tone. This was Deputy Headmistress McGonagall speaking now, not just as head of house. "As far as the school is concerned, you've been in the hospital wing with a severe case of magical flu," she continued. "Professor Dumbledore felt it prudent not to advertise your brief departure from school grounds." "What about Ron and Hermione? And the DA?" "They saw what happened. Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley have been informed of the importance of discretion. As for the other students present during your incident, Professor Dumbledore has spoken with them individually." She adjusted her spectacles. "Miss Lovegood has been particularly helpful in managing the situation." Harry could imagine. Luna's matter-of-fact acceptance of extraordinary events probably made her explanation seem perfectly reasonable to the others. "There is, of course, the matter of Professor Umbridge." McGonagall's voice took on a distinct chill. "She has been most insistent about interviewing you regarding your illness. Thus far, we've managed to delay by citing medical necessity." "She suspects something," Harry guessed. "Undoubtedly. Which brings me to the purpose of my visit." McGonagall leaned forward slightly. "The Delacour family has requested permission to establish a formal educational exchange." Harry blinked in surprise. "An exchange?" "Yes. Under the proposal, you would spend weekends studying advanced defensive magic with Sebastian Delacour, who, as it happens, is a former Beauxbatons defense master, while his daughters would receive occasional tutorials at Hogwarts." Understanding dawned. "It's a cover story. For the bond. A legitimate educational opportunity that conveniently addresses several complications at once," McGonagall corrected. "Including providing you with much-needed advanced instruction that our current curriculum lacks." The contempt in her voice when referring to Umbridge's version of defense against the dark arts was barely disguised. "Would would Professor Dumbledore approve something like that? With everything that's going on?" It was, in fact, his suggestion. McGonagall's expression softened slightly. "Harry, these bonds you've formed, willingly or not, are now a magical reality. They will require cultivation and understanding, particularly given their unprecedented nature." Harry nodded slowly, thinking of the journal conversations with the sisters and how their magic had flowed together so naturally during the attack. What about Umbridge? The Ministry won't just let me leave school regularly. The exchange falls under the purview of international magical cooperation, an area where the Ministry has limited jurisdiction over Hogwarts, even with the recent educational decrees. A rare, satisfied smile touched her lips. Additionally, Madame Delacour holds considerable influence in the International Confederation of Wizards. Harry considered this. Regular, sanctioned meetings with the Delacours would certainly help manage the bond better than stolen conversations through enchanted journals. And training with a real defense instructor instead of Umbridge's useless theoretical approach was too good an opportunity to pass up. When would this start? This coming weekend, provided Madame Pomfrey clears you medically. McGonagall stood, smoothing her robes. I suggest you rest well and focus on your recovery, Mr. Potter. I suspect you'll need your strength in the coming weeks. As she turned to leave, Harry called after her, Professor. Thank you. She paused, looking back at him with an expression he couldn't quite interpret. We may not be able to shield you from everything that lies ahead, Potter, but that doesn't mean you face it alone. After she departed, Harry leaned back against his pillows, mind racing with possibilities. Something fundamental had shifted in his life, again, but for once, the change didn't feel entirely like a burden. The news spread quickly, though in typically Hogwarts fashion, the facts became increasingly distorted with each retelling. By the time Harry was released from the hospital wing on Friday morning, rumors ranged from him receiving special aura training, somewhat close to the truth, to him being secretly engaged to Fleur Delacour, uncomfortable in its partial accuracy, given the bond. Just ignore them, Hermione advised as they walked to Transfiguration, the whispers following in their wake. People will lose interest once something new comes along. Like they did with the whole Heir of Slytherin thing. Or the Triwizard Tournament. Harry muttered. Ron snorted. Fair point. But at least this time the rumors are mostly positive. Advanced Defensive Magic Study with an international expert sounds brilliant on your resume. I'm more concerned about what Umbridge will do, Hermione said, lowering her voice as a group of Slytherins passed. She's been asking questions all week while you were in the hospital wing. Even interrogated the DA members individually. What kind of questions? About your illness, mostly. But also about any unusual magic they might have witnessed you performing. Ron grimaced. Nasty piece of work, she is. Tried to slip Veritaserum into my tea during our chat. Harry stopped short. She what? Relax, I noticed, the tea smelled off. Pretended to drink it and played dumb. Ron grinned. Fred and George would be proud. Hermione looked less amused. The point is, she's suspicious. And she has the Ministry's backing. Well, there's nothing she can do about an official exchange program approved by the Board of Governors, Harry said, repeating what McGonagall had told him. Especially not one with international diplomatic implications. They reached the Transfiguration classroom and found seats near the back. As McGonagall began her lecture on cross-species transformations, Harry's mind wandered to the coming weekend. His first official meeting with the Delacour family, not as a tournament competitor or a rescued ally, but as someone magically bound to their daughters. The concept still felt surreal, though the physical evidence was undeniable. Since awakening his awareness of the bond, he could now perceive the golden threads Luna had described, 3 distinct connections extending outward, occasionally pulsing with emotions or impressions that weren't his own. Just that morning, he'd caught himself humming a French lullaby he'd never heard before, the melody floating through the bond from Gabrielle. Mr. Potter, McGonagall's voice cut through his thoughts, perhaps you would care to demonstrate the proper wand movement for the transformation we've been discussing? Harry blinked, completely lost. Before panic could set in, he felt a gentle nudge through the bond, an impression of a fluid, circular motion followed by a sharp jab. Without questioning it, he stood and performed the movement exactly as he'd sensed it. McGonagall's eyebrows rose fractionally. Correct, Mr. Potter. 5 points to Gryffindor. As he sat down, he could have sworn he saw the ghost of a smile on her face. Now, as I was saying. How did you know that? Hermione whispered, clearly surprised that he'd answered correctly despite his obvious inattention. Harry touched his chest where he could feel the warmest thread, Valerie's, pulsing with satisfaction. Just lucky, he murmured. As class ended, McGonagall called him to her desk. Your traveling arrangements have been finalized, she said quietly. You'll depart tomorrow morning at 8 from the headmaster's office. Pack for an overnight stay. Yes, Professor. He hesitated. Is there anything specific I should bring? Or prepare? Her expression softened slightly. Just be yourself, Potter. The Delacours already know what they're getting into. She shuffled some papers on her desk. Oh, and Professor Dumbledore asked me to remind you to bring the special journal you've been using. Apparently, it will be needed for some aspect of your studies. Harry nodded, wondering how many of the staff knew about the bond and what it meant. As if reading his thoughts, McGonagall added, knowledge of your particular situation has been limited to those who need to know. Your privacy in this matter is being respected. Thank you, Professor. She dismissed him with a nod, and he hurried to catch up with Ron and Hermione. The rest of the day passed in a blur of classes and whispers. During dinner in the Great Hall, Harry felt someone watching him and looked up to find Umbridge's toad-like gaze fixed on him from the staff table. Her expression was a disturbing mixture of suspicion and anticipation, like a predator waiting for its prey to make a mistake. She's planning something, Hermione murmured, following his gaze. Be careful. Harry nodded, but before he could respond, he felt a distinct tugging sensation through the bond, an attempt at communication more deliberate than the emotional echoes he'd grown accustomed to. Excusing himself from the table, he made his way to a quiet alcove near the entrance hall and pulled out the journal. Valerie's elegant handwriting filled the page. Harry, we're aware Umbridge is creating difficulties. Father has been in contact with the ICW representatives to ensure all documentation for the exchange is impeccable. She may try to interfere tomorrow morning. If she does, do not engage. Father has prepared for this possibility. Also, Gabrielle is beside herself with excitement and has redecorated the guest room 3 times. Consider yourself warned. Valerie P.S. Mother asks if you have any dietary restrictions we should be aware of. Apparently, she's planning a small family dinner that, knowing her, will probably involve 7 courses. Despite his concerns about Umbridge, Harry found himself smiling as he penned a response, no dietary restrictions, though I'm not used to fancy meals. Should I bring formal robes? And thank Gabrielle for the room preparations, I'm sure whatever she's done is perfect. Harry, the response came almost immediately, no need for formal robes for the weekend itself, though you might want to pack one set for Sunday evening. We're expecting a surprise visit from the French diplomatic attaché. Mother arranged it, so not actually a surprise. See you tomorrow. Try not to let the Toad Woman bother you too much tonight. Valerie. Harry closed the journal, feeling oddly reassured. The easy communication with Valerie had become something he looked forward to daily. Her practical approach to problems balanced with genuine warmth made conversations with her feel natural in a way few relationships in his life ever had. As he made his way back to Gryffindor Tower, he realized that despite all the complications and potential dangers, he was actually looking forward to tomorrow. Umbridge was waiting in Dumbledore's office when Harry arrived the next morning, her pink cardigan almost glowing in the early light filtering through the windows. She stood near the fireplace, an official-looking document clutched in her pudgy hands and a triumphant smile on her face. Dumbledore sat calmly behind his desk, appearing entirely untroubled by her presence. Professor McGonagall stood nearby, her expression carefully neutral though her posture suggested barely restrained irritation. Ah, Harry, right on time, Dumbledore said pleasantly. I believe you're acquainted with everyone here. Mr. Potter, Umbridge simpered, how fortunate I caught you before your departure. There seems to be some confusion regarding this supposed exchange program. Harry remained silent, remembering Valerie's advice not to engage. No confusion at all, Dolores, Dumbledore replied, his tone light but his eyes sharp. The Board of Governors approved the exchange program yesterday evening. I have all the necessary documentation right here. He gestured to a neat stack of parchments on his desk. Umbridge's smile tightened. Yes, well, as High Inquisitor, I have the authority to review and potentially override such arrangements, particularly when they involve a student with Mr. Potter's history of fabrications. McGonagall's nostrils flared, but before she could respond, the fireplace flared green. A tall, distinguished wizard stepped through, brushing non-existent soot from impeccable dark blue robes. Sebastian Delacour's presence immediately commanded attention, his aristocratic features set in a polite but unyielding expression. Headmaster Dumbledore, he greeted with a slight bow. I apologize for my early arrival. His accent was subtle but distinctly French. Ah, and this must be Madame Umbridge. I've heard so much about your educational reforms. Something in his tone made it clear exactly what he'd heard, and what he thought of it. Umbridge straightened, clearly trying to reassert her authority. Mr. Delacour, while I appreciate your interest in our student, I'm afraid there are protocols that must be followed. The Ministry has concerns about, the International Confederation of Wizards has already reviewed and approved this educational exchange, Sebastian interrupted smoothly, producing a document bearing multiple official seals. As has the French Ministry of Magic. My credentials as a defense master have been verified by both governing bodies, and the educational value of the exchange has been documented extensively. He handed the document to Dumbledore rather than Umbridge, a subtle but pointed choice. Additionally, given Mr. Potter's status as a Triwizard champion and his connection to my family through the life debt owed to him by my youngest daughter, this arrangement falls under the purview of international magical cooperation treaties, specifically Article 7 of the 1813 European Magical Accord. Harry was impressed despite himself. Sebastian Delacour had just effectively outmaneuvered Umbridge with a level of political finesse that made the wizard seem like he was discussing the weather rather than wielding international treaties as weapons. Umbridge's face had taken on an interesting shade of puce that clashed horribly with her pink cardigan. The Ministry of Magic reserves the right to be informed, yes, Sebastian agreed pleasantly. Which they have been, through the proper diplomatic channels. I have confirmation from Minister Fudge's office acknowledging receipt of our formal notification. Another document appeared in his hand. Dated 3 days ago. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled as he accepted this second document. Everything appears to be in order, Dolores. Unless you have specific educational objections based on the curriculum outline. Trapped, Umbridge could only watch as her objections were systematically dismantled. I will be monitoring this situation closely, she managed finally. And I expect detailed reports on Mr. Potter's activities and progress. Of course, Sebastian replied with perfect courtesy. I have prepared a standardized evaluation form that complies with both British and French educational reporting requirements. He produced yet another document. I believe you'll find it quite thorough. Harry bit the inside of his cheek to keep from smiling as Umbridge snatched the form, her fingers crumpling the edges. Now then, Dumbledore said, rising from his desk, as everything appears to be in order, perhaps we should proceed? Mr. Potter has a full schedule of activities today, I understand. McGonagall stepped forward. Mr. Potter, you're expected to return by Sunday evening, in time for curfew. Your assignments for Monday's classes have been collected by Miss Granger. Thank you, Professor, Harry replied, hoisting the overnight bag he'd packed. Sebastian turned to the fireplace. We'll be traveling by international flu network to my family's residence in Provence. Mr. Potter, have you used this method of transportation before? Just regular flu, sir. The principle is the same, though the distance is greater. Stay close, and we'll travel together. Sebastian took a pinch of glittering powder from a silver container Dumbledore offered. A pleasure meeting you, Madame Umbridge. I look forward to contributing to Hogwarts' distinguished educational tradition. The perfectly delivered parting shot hung in the air as Sebastian threw the powder into the flames, which turned emerald green. Jardin de Lumières, he called clearly, stepping into the fire. Harry followed quickly, not wanting to remain alone with Umbridge's thunderous expression. The last thing he saw as the flames whisked him away was Dumbledore's serene smile and McGonagall's barely concealed look of satisfaction. The sensation of international Floo travel was indeed similar to regular Floo, but with a prolonged spinning that left Harry feeling like he'd been caught in a particularly aggressive whirlpool. Just when he thought he might be sick, the spinning stopped, and he stumbled out into a spacious, sunlit room. Sebastian's steady hand on his shoulder prevented him from falling face-first onto the polished marble floor. "The first time is always disorienting," he said sympathetically. "Take a moment to regain your balance." Harry blinked, his eyes adjusting to the brightness after the dim light of Dumbledore's office. They stood in what appeared to be a formal receiving room, with high ceilings, elegant furnishings, and tall windows that revealed glimpses of gardens beyond. The air smelled of lavender and citrus, with an underlying hint of sea salt. "Welcome to Jardin de Lumières," Sebastian said, releasing Harry's shoulder once he seemed steady. "Our family home for the last 12 generations." Before Harry could respond, the double doors at the far end of the room burst open, and a blue and silver blur raced toward him. "Harry! You're here!" Gabrielle crashed into him with the enthusiasm only a 9-year-old could muster, wrapping her arms around his waist in a fierce hug. Through the bond, Harry felt her unrestrained joy at seeing him, pure and bright, like sunshine after rain. Without thinking, he returned the hug, a smile spreading across his face. "Gabrielle," her father admonished gently, "what have we discussed about proper greetings for guests?" The young girl stepped back, composing herself with visible effort. She executed a small, formal curtsy that seemed at odds with her barely contained excitement. "Welcome to our home, Harry Potter. We are honored by your presence." The formal words were delivered with such solemn sincerity that Harry had to suppress a chuckle. "Thank you for having me," he replied, matching her formal tone before adding with a smile, "and for redecorating the guest room 3 times. Gabrielle's eyes widened before she dissolved into giggles. "Valerie told," she accused, though she didn't seem truly upset. She grabbed Harry's hand. "Come on, I want to show you everything." "Perhaps give our guest a moment to breathe, Sherry," a melodic voice suggested from the doorway. Apollon Delacour entered, the subtle aura of her Veela heritage making her presence felt before she even spoke. Behind her came Fleur and Valerie, both looking more relaxed than Harry had ever seen them. "Mother, Harry defeated the Toad Woman," Gabrielle announced proudly, as if he'd personally vanquished Umbridge rather than simply leaving Hogwarts despite her objections. Apollon's laugh was like crystal wind chimes. "So your father's message informed us." She approached Harry with graceful steps. "Welcome to our home, Harry Potter. We have much to discuss, but first," she gestured to a door leading deeper into the house, "perhaps some refreshment after your journey?" As they moved through the house, Harry was struck by the blend of magical and muggle elements. The Delacour home was clearly ancient and steeped in magical tradition, yet it incorporated modern comfort seamlessly. Enchanted paintings conversed with each other in rapid French as they passed, while magical light filled spaces where electricity would serve in a muggle home. They entered a sun-drenched conservatory where a table had been set for breakfast. The glass walls and ceiling revealed a stunning view of gardens that seemed to stretch for acres before giving way to distant mountains. "This is beautiful," Harry said honestly, taking in the view. "Our home has been in the Delacour family since before the French Revolution," Sebastian explained as they took seats around the table. "Though it has been expanded and modernized over the centuries. The grounds are protected by some of the oldest family wards in magical France," Fleur added. "Similar in some ways to those at Hogwarts, though with a distinctly Veela influence." Food appeared on the table, not with the sudden pop of Hogwarts house elf magic, but rising gradually through the surface of the table itself, an elegant display of enchantment. Fresh fruits, pastries, and dishes Harry didn't recognize arranged themselves artfully before them. "Please, eat," Apollon encouraged. "We have a full day ahead." As they breakfasted, the conversation remained light, questions about Harry's journey, Gabrielle's enthusiastic descriptions of the areas of the estate she planned to show him, and general updates about Bill Weasley's recovery from Fleur. Harry noticed that Valerie remained relatively quiet, though he could feel her attention on him through the bond, a warm, curious presence at the edge of his awareness. When the meal concluded, Sebastian stood. "I believe we should address the primary purpose of this visit before proceeding with other activities." He looked at Harry. "If you're ready, I would like to conduct a formal assessment of the bond and its current effects on your magic." Harry nodded, setting aside his napkin. "What does that involve?" "Nothing invasive," Apollon assured him. "Simply some standard diagnostic spells, followed by a few controlled exercises to observe how your magic interacts with my daughters." "My study would be most appropriate," Sebastian said. "Fleur, Valerie, please join us." "Gabrielle, I want to come too," the youngest Delacour protested immediately. Her mother shook her head. "Your part in the assessment will come later, ma petite. For now, you have your music lesson with Madame Bertrand." Gabrielle's disappointment flowed clearly through the bond, but she complied with only minor grumbling, giving Harry a quick hug before departing with a house elf who had appeared silently at Apollon's subtle gesture. Sebastian led the way through the house to what appeared to be a combination of library and magical workspace. Floor-to-ceiling bookshelves lined 3 walls, while the 4th featured large windows overlooking a different section of the gardens. A massive desk occupied one corner, while the center of the room contained an open space with various magical instruments and a circle inlaid in the floor with silver. "Impressive collection," Harry commented, noting titles in multiple languages. "My husband's pride and joy," Apollon said with affectionate exasperation. "He spends more time here than anywhere else in the house." Sebastian looked unabashed. "Knowledge is the foundation of effective magic." He gestured to the silver circle. "Please, stand in the center. This is an analytical circle, it will help visualize the magical connections we'll be examining." Harry stepped into the circle, feeling a slight tingling as he crossed the silver boundary. Sebastian moved to a cabinet and removed several crystal instruments that reminded Harry vaguely of the devices in Dumbledore's office, though these seemed more deliberately designed for specific purposes. "Before we begin the formal assessment," Apollon said, "perhaps it would be helpful for us to understand your experience of the bond thus far. What have you noticed since it fully activated?" Harry considered the question. "I can see the threads now, golden connections that Luna described. I can feel emotions sometimes, or impressions, occasionally even knowledge that isn't mine, like during class yesterday." Valerie raised an eyebrow. "The Transfiguration Wand movement. That was you?" Harry nodded. "You knew the answer, and somehow I just received it." "Interesting," Sebastian murmured, arranging the crystal instruments around the circle. "Conscious transmission usually develops much later in bonding processes." "And the other effects?" Fleur prompted. "The magical manifestations?" "Less frequent since the bond fully activated," Harry admitted. "Before, my magic would sort of flare randomly. Now it feels more controlled, but also different. Like it's expanded somehow." Apollon nodded as if this confirmed something. "The initial instability has resolved as the bond settled. Now your core is adapting to its new configuration." Sebastian completed his preparations and stepped back. "We're ready to begin. This won't hurt, but you may feel some unusual sensations as we proceed." He raised his wand, beginning a complex series of movements while murmuring in what sounded like Latin mixed with something older. The silver circle around Harry began to glow softly. A gentle wind that seemed to come from nowhere stirred his hair and clothing. Above him, a three-dimensional representation of magical energy took shape, his own magical core represented as a sphere of bright green energy, with the 3 golden threads Luna had described now clearly visible to everyone in the room. "Extraordinary," Sebastian breathed, studying the display. The intensity of the connections. Apollon stepped forward, her expert gaze analyzing the magical representation. These are not typical soul bonds, she observed. The structure is similar, but the magical signature is different, more primal. What does that mean? Harry asked, resisting the urge to reach out and touch the golden threads hovering in the air. It means, Fleur said slowly, that this is old magic. Older than modern bonding theory. Valerie approached the edge of the circle, her eyes fixed on the magical display. It's more like the bonds described in Veela ancestral lore, from before we integrated with wizard society. Sebastian made some adjustments to one of the crystal instruments, and the display shifted, zooming in on Harry's magical core. Your magic has already begun incorporating Veela elements, he noted. See these golden flecks within your core? That's Veela magic integrating with your own. Is that normal? Harry asked. Normal isn't a word that applies to your situation, I'm afraid, Apollon replied with a small smile. But it is consistent with what little we know of such bonds. Sebastian continued his analysis, occasionally asking Harry to cast simple spells to observe how his magic flowed. After about 20 minutes, he stepped back, looking thoughtful. What we're seeing is consistent with a protective triad bond, he said finally. A specific type of ancient Veela bonding that was traditionally formed in times of great danger or upheaval. Protective? Harry repeated. Apollon nodded. Veela magic is fundamentally protective in nature, it's why our defensive spells are particularly powerful, especially when defending family or bonded ones. She gestured to the display still hovering above Harry. This configuration suggests the bond formed specifically to enhance protective capabilities on both sides. Because of Voldemort, Harry said, understanding dawning. It wasn't just random magical chance, the bond had formed in response to the growing threat. No one flinched at the name, he noted with appreciation. Precisely, Sebastian confirmed. Magic seeks balance. When great darkness rises, so too do counterforces. Fleur joined her sister at the edge of the circle. For the next part of the assessment, we need to observe how our magic interacts with yours directly. Sebastian nodded and made adjustments to the circle, expanding it to accommodate the two older Delacour sisters. Fleur and Valerie, please join Harry. We'll start with basic magical resonance testing. As they stepped into the circle with him, Harry immediately felt the bond connection strengthen. The golden threads in the magical display brightened visibly, pulsing with increased energy. Standing between the two sisters, he could feel their magical presence more acutely than ever before, Fleur's magic cool and precise like mountain air, Valerie's warmer and more adaptive like sunlight through leaves. Now, Sebastian instructed, I want each of you to cast a simple lumos, one after the other. Harry first, then Valerie, then Fleur. Harry drew his wand, aware of a strange anticipation building in the bond. Lumos, he said, and the tip of his wand lit with normal brightness. Valerie followed suit, her wand tip illuminating with a slightly golden-tinged light. When Fleur cast the spell, something unexpected happened. All three wand tips suddenly flared brighter, the light taking on a distinctive golden hue. More surprisingly, small motes of light began to orbit around each wand, creating a constellation effect. Fascinating, Sebastian murmured, adjusting his instruments to record the phenomenon. Now, try casting simultaneously. They counted to 3 and cast together. This time, the effect was dramatically stronger, the light from their wands merging into a brilliant golden sphere that hovered at the center of their triangle, pulsing gently like a heartbeat. The resonance is perfect, Apollon observed, her expression one of wonder. Even among established bonds, such harmony usually takes years to develop. They proceeded through several more exercises, shield charms that merged into a single, powerful barrier, water conjuring that produced a spiraling fountain when their spells combined, and finally, a simple magical push against a target Sebastian conjured. When cast individually, each of them could move the target a few inches. Cast together, their magic sent it crashing through the air to smash against the far wall with such force that it disintegrated. "I think that's sufficient for basic assessment," Sebastian said, looking both impressed and slightly concerned at the unexpected display of power. He waved his wand, dismissing the magical display and deactivating the circle. As the visualization faded, Harry felt oddly bereft, as if seeing the bond represented physically had made it more real somehow. "So what does all this mean?" he asked. Apollon and Sebastian exchanged glances, having one of those silent communications that reminded Harry of Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. "It means," Apollon said carefully, "that the bond is developing far more rapidly than we anticipated. The level of magical integration you're displaying typically takes months or years, not weeks." "Is that dangerous?" Harry asked, voicing the concern he could feel emanating from both Fleur and Valerie. Sebastian shook his head. "Not dangerous, but it does require more immediate attention than we initially thought. The training we had planned will need to be accelerated." "There's something else," Valerie said, speaking directly to her parents. "During the assessment, I felt echoes from Harry." She looked at him apologetically. "Fragments of vision, a corridor, a door, something important behind it." Harry stiffened. "You saw that?" Fleur nodded. "I caught glimpses as well. It felt significant, charged with both importance and danger." Sebastian and Apollon's expressions grew grave. "These would be the dreams you've been having?" Sebastian asked. "The ones Professor Dumbledore mentioned in our correspondence?" Harry hesitated, uncomfortable discussing his connection to Voldemort with people he still barely knew, despite the magical bond. "Yes," he admitted finally. "I've been dreaming about a corridor in the Ministry of Magic. At the end is a door I can't seem to reach." "These aren't ordinary dreams," Apollon said, her tone making it a statement rather than a question. "There's an external influence." "Voldemort," Harry confirmed, watching carefully for their reactions. "I have a connection to him. Through this." He brushed his fringe aside, revealing the lightning scar. To their credit, none of the Delacours showed fear or revulsion, only thoughtful concern. "This complicates matters," Sebastian said after a moment. "If the bond is transmitting these visions to my daughters, then the connection goes deeper than we realized. It also means..." He paused, seeming to choose his words carefully. "It means that potentially, whatever connection exists between you and Voldemort could become accessible to them as well." The implication hit Harry like a physical blow. "You mean he could reach them through me?" Horror filled him at the thought of exposing the Delacours to Voldemort's mental intrusion simply because of their connection to him. "Not necessarily," Apollon said quickly, seeing his distress. "But we need to take additional precautions." She turned to her husband. "Sebastian, I believe it's time to accelerate the occlumency training." "Agreed." He looked at Harry. "Professor Dumbledore mentioned you've begun studying occlumency with Professor Snape." Harry grimaced. "Trying to, yes. It's not going well. His teaching methods are unorthodox," Valerie said diplomatically, having gleaned enough through the bond to understand the situation. Sebastian's expression suggested he had opinions about Snape's approach but was too professional to voice them. "Occlumency is challenging under the best circumstances. Learning it through aggressive mental assault is rarely effective except for those with specific mental predispositions." "Which you don't have," Fleur added, a hint of protectiveness in her voice. "Your mind is naturally expressive and interconnected, qualities that make you receptive to the bond but challenging for traditional occlumency." "How do you know that?" Harry asked, surprised by her assessment. Fleur smiled slightly. "I can feel the structure of your thoughts through the bond. Your mind doesn't compartmentalize naturally, it seeks connections, patterns, relationships between seemingly unrelated things. A valuable quality in many contexts," Sebastian noted, "but one that requires a different approach to mental shielding." He gestured to one of the bookshelves. "I believe we should incorporate alternative mental protection techniques into your training immediately." Apollon nodded in agreement. Veela methods of mental shielding rely more on misdirection and emotional management than rigid barriers. They might be more compatible with your natural thought patterns. And potentially more effective against Voldemort's intrusions, Valerie added. Harry looked between them, a strange mixture of emotions washing through him. Here were people he barely knew, analyzing his mind and magic with expert precision and immediately adapting their plans to better protect not just him, but each other from the dangers his connection to Voldemort presented. No blame, no fear, just practical solutions and genuine concern. Thank you, he said simply, unable to articulate the full depth of his gratitude. Sebastian placed a hand on his shoulder. We protect our own, Harry. And like it or not, magic has made you part of this family now. The words hit Harry with unexpected force. Family. It was a concept he'd always associated with absence and loss, or with the Weasleys' generous but temporary inclusion. The idea that magic itself had created a permanent connection to these people, that he belonged in some fundamental, unbreakable way, was overwhelming. Through the bond, he felt Valerie's gentle understanding and Fleur's steady support. They could sense the emotional impact of Sebastian's casual statement and were giving him space to process it without pressure. Now, Apollon said, breaking the moment with graceful timing, I believe we've bombarded you with enough magical theory for one morning. Gabrielle will be finished with her lesson soon, and she has been planning your tour of the grounds for days. Yes, Sebastian agreed, we'll continue the magical assessment this afternoon. For now, perhaps a chance to relax and explore would be beneficial. As they left the study, Fleur departed to check on Bill via the flue, leaving Harry with Valerie as they waited for Gabrielle. It's a lot to take in, she said quietly as they stood in a sunlit gallery lined with Delacour family portraits. The bond, our family, the magic, all of it. Harry nodded, studying a painting of what appeared to be Sebastian's grandfather, who nodded cordially to them as they passed. I'm still trying to wrap my head around what it all means. Valerie was silent for a moment before saying, you know, when I first felt the bond forming, I was terrified. Harry turned to her in surprise. You were? She nodded, a wry smile touching her lips. Imagine feeling a magical connection suddenly forming to someone you've never properly met, only heard stories about from your sister and read about in newspapers. A boy famous for attracting danger, thousands of kilometers away in another country. Put that way, it did sound rather alarming. I hadn't thought about it from your perspective, Harry admitted. Fleur was more practical about it, she'd actually met you, after all. And Gabrielle was simply thrilled at the idea. Valerie shook her head fondly. But I spent weeks researching everything I could find about bond magic, trying to understand what was happening. What changed? Harry asked, genuinely curious. He could feel nothing but calm acceptance from her now, a far cry from the terror she described. Her expression softened. I started feeling you through the bond, not just magic, but emotions, impressions. The real you, not the story in the papers. She met his eyes directly. You were so resilient. Determined. Kind, even when facing unkindness. It became impossible to fear a connection to someone with such a fundamentally good heart. Harry felt his face warm at the sincere praise. I'm not always good, he said honestly. Sometimes I'm angry, or selfish, or make stupid decisions. As do we all, she replied with a laugh. The bond doesn't lie, Harry. It shows the essence beneath the surface. She gestured around them. That's why my family has welcomed you so completely. We felt who you truly are. Before Harry could respond, rapid footsteps approached, and Gabrielle appeared at the end of the gallery, her face alight with excitement. Harry. Valerie. Come see, the southern gardens are in full bloom, and the water nymphs have returned to the fountain. As Gabrielle led them outside, chattering enthusiastically about the estate's magical creatures and her favorite hiding spots, Harry found himself thinking about Valerie's words. The bond had given him a glimpse of the Delacours beneath their surface as well, their strength, their devotion to family, their extraordinary blend of practicality and warmth. Perhaps being seen, truly seen, was as rare a gift as belonging. The gardens of Jardin des Lumières were unlike anything Harry had experienced before, a seamless blend of formal French design and wild, magical elements that seemed to have emerged organically from the landscape itself. Under Gabrielle's enthusiastic guidance, they explored paths lined with flowers that changed color as they passed, ancient olive groves where dryads watched curiously from gnarled trunks, and a spectacular fountain where tiny water sprites danced among the spray. "Our great-grandmother created this," Gabrielle explained, gesturing to the fountain. "She was a master of elemental charms. The sprites come every spring and stay until autumn." "It's beautiful," Harry said honestly, watching the miniature humanoid figures leap and twirl through the water droplets, leaving trails of prismatic light behind them. "Grandmere says magic should always contain beauty," Valerie added, smiling at her sister's enthusiasm. "Even protective magic can be elegant." As they continued their tour, Harry began to notice subtle differences in how magic was integrated into the Delacour estate compared to magical locations he'd seen in Britain. Here, magic seemed less about demonstrating power or achieving practical outcomes and more about enhancing natural beauty or working in harmony with existing elements. It was a different philosophical approach, gentler, more organic. They reached a secluded grove where several trees appeared to be growing in impossible configurations, branches weaving together to form natural archways and chambers, leaves shimmering with faint golden light. "This is my favorite place," Gabrielle announced, running ahead to a tree whose branches had formed a perfect circular enclosure. "It's where Veela ancestors would come to commune with nature magic." Valerie nodded, trailing her fingers along a silvery branch. "Our grandmother maintains this grove. She says it helps keep our connection to the old ways." She looked at Harry. Veela magic was originally much more connected to natural elements, fire, air, growing things. As we integrated with wizard society, our magic adapted, becoming more compatible with wand-channeled spells. "But you still retain some of the original abilities?" Harry asked, thinking of the fire he'd seen Fleur manifest during the attack. "Yes, though they emerge more strongly with emotion," Valerie confirmed. "Anger brings fire, joy brings flight, love brings healing." She gestured around them. "Places like this help maintain those connections." Harry felt a peculiar resonance as he stepped into the grove, a subtle vibration through the bond that hadn't been present elsewhere on the grounds. "I can feel something here." "Through the bond." Gabrielle bounced excitedly. "That means the grove recognizes you. It only reacts to family and those connected to Veela magic." Harry looked to Valerie for confirmation, and she nodded. "The trees are sensitive to magical signatures. The fact that you can feel them responding suggests the Veela aspects of our magic have already begun integrating with your core." They spent another hour exploring the grounds before returning to the house for lunch, which was served on a terrace overlooking the Mediterranean in the distance. Fleur rejoined them, bringing news of Bill's continued recovery and updates from the Order. "The attack on the cottage was definitely targeted," she reported as they ate. "Not random Death Eaters. They knew Bill was connected to the Order and hoped to extract information." "Any word on how they found the location?" Sebastian asked, his expression grave. "Bill's cottage was under protection charms, was it not?" Fleur nodded. "Professor Moody believes someone may have tracked our movements from Gringotts. He's implementing additional security measures for Order members." The conversation shifted to broader developments in the wizarding world, French reactions to the signs of Voldemort's return, international perspectives on the British ministry's denials, and the quiet preparations being made by those who recognized the truth. Harry was impressed by the Delacour's level of knowledge and their practical approach to the growing threat. "France remembers Grindelwald," Apollon explained when Harry commented on this. "We have not forgotten how quickly darkness can spread when denied or dismissed by those in power." After lunch, they returned to Sebastian's study for the second part of the magical assessment. This session focused more on practical applications of the bond's potential, specifically, how Harry and the sisters might channel their combined abilities effectively. The incident at Bill's cottage demonstrated that in moments of crisis, the bond will facilitate extraordinary magic, Sebastian said as they prepared. But relying on crisis-driven responses is dangerous and unpredictable. We need to develop controlled techniques for accessing that power. This proved challenging but fascinating work. For several hours, they practiced various forms of magical synchronization, casting spells in precise sequences to create enhanced effects, maintaining shields that drew power from multiple cores, and even attempting to channel magic directly through the bond without verbal spells. Gabrielle joined them for part of this training, though her magical education was still in early stages. Despite her youth, her connection to the bond was just as strong as her sister's, and in some exercises, her natural, untrained approach to magic actually facilitated easier connections between them all. Children often access magic more instinctively, Apollon observed after Gabrielle helped them achieve a particularly smooth four-way spell combination. They haven't yet learned all the rules that can limit magical thinking. By late afternoon, Harry was magically exhausted but exhilarated. They had discovered several practical techniques for combining their abilities, most notably, a method where Harry's raw power could be channeled through the sisters' more refined control to produce spells with both extraordinary strength and precision. "I believe that's enough for today," Sebastian said, noting Harry's fatigue. "We've made excellent progress, more than I anticipated. Will we continue tomorrow?" Harry asked, not bothering to hide his enthusiasm for the training. Sebastian nodded. "Tomorrow morning we'll begin basic occlumency using the Veela technique I mentioned. In the afternoon, we'll work on distance communication through the bond, a skill that could prove vital given your situation at Hogwarts." As they left the study, Apollon mentioned that dinner would be served in 2 hours, giving Harry time to rest and freshen up before the evening meal. Gabrielle immediately volunteered to show him to his room, practically dragging him through the house in her enthusiasm. The guest room, when they reached it, reflected Gabrielle's multiple redecoration efforts. The space was elegantly appointed with a large four-poster bed, comfortable seating, and tall windows overlooking the gardens. But it also contained distinctly Gabrielle touches, a collection of magical creatures figurines arranged on one shelf, fresh flowers in vibrant colors, and what appeared to be hand-drawn pictures on the bedside table. "Do you like it?" she asked anxiously. "I wanted to make it perfect." Harry smiled at her earnestness. "It's brilliant. Much nicer than my dormitory at Hogwarts." Gabrielle beamed. "I put the pictures there so you wouldn't feel lonely," she explained, pointing to the drawings. "That's you and me and Fleur and Valerie, all together at the fountain." Harry picked up the childish but charming illustration, touched by the gesture. The drawing showed 4 stick figures with distinctive features: Harry's messy hair and glasses, Fleur's long silver hair, Valerie's golden waves, and Gabrielle's smaller form, all holding hands beside what must be the garden fountain. "It's perfect," he told her sincerely. "Thank you." She hugged him impulsively before skipping toward the door. "Dinner is at 7. Wear something nice but not too fancy, that's what Maman said to tell you." Left alone, Harry took the opportunity to shower and change into fresh clothes. The room included an ensuite bathroom that, like the rest of the house, blended magical and mundane elements seamlessly. The shower adjusted its temperature in response to his thoughts rather than manual controls, and the mirror offered helpful, though thankfully not Percy-level, advice on taming his perpetually unruly hair. "A lost cause, I'm afraid," it commented in a refined French accent. Though perhaps a touch of sleek easies would help for formal occasions. Afterward, feeling refreshed but still pleasantly tired from the day's magical exertions, Harry settled in one of the comfortable chairs by the window. He found himself reflecting on how different this experience was from what he'd expected. He'd anticipated clinical magical assessments and perhaps formal, distant interactions with the Delacour family. Instead, he'd been welcomed with warmth and included in family activities as if he'd always belonged. A soft knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. "Come in," he called, expecting perhaps Gabrielle with more enthusiastic explanations about dinner protocols. Instead, Valerie entered, carrying a small wooden box. She'd changed for dinner into a simple but elegant blue dress, her golden hair loose around her shoulders. Through the bond, Harry could sense a mixture of purpose and slight nervousness. "I hope I'm not disturbing your rest," she said, remaining near the doorway. "Not at all," Harry assured her, gesturing to the other chair. "Everything all right?" She nodded, coming further into the room and setting the box on the small table between the chairs. "Yes, though I wanted to speak with you privately before dinner." She settled into the chair, her posture more formal than it had been during their garden exploration. "There's something important we haven't discussed yet, something that concerns primarily you and me." Harry felt a flicker of curiosity through the bond, tinged with that same nervousness he'd sensed earlier. "What is it?" Valerie opened the box, revealing what appeared to be a delicate silver pendant on a chain. "You've formed bonds with all three of us, but as you may have noticed, they aren't identical in nature." Harry nodded. He had indeed noticed differences. Gabrielle's connection was bright and simple, Fleur's strong but somewhat more distant, while Valerie's was the most prominent, a constant warm presence in his awareness. "The bond with Gabrielle is what we call a guardian bond, protective and familial in nature," Valerie explained. "With Fleur, it's a sister shield bond, an alliance of mutual protection and support." She hesitated briefly. "But ours is different. The technical term is émpartagie, shared soul." "What does that mean exactly?" Harry asked, though something in him already understood the implications. "It means our bond has the potential to develop beyond magical alliance into a deeper connection." Her cheeks colored slightly, but she maintained eye contact. "Romantically, if we both choose that path." Harry felt his own face warm. "Oh. This is why I wanted to speak privately," Valerie continued quickly. "I need you to understand that despite what the bond suggests, you have no obligation in that direction. Magical compatibility doesn't dictate emotional choices." "But the bond formed for a reason, didn't it?" Harry asked. Valerie nodded. "Yes, but the reason was magical necessity, the need for a protective alliance in dangerous times. The potential romantic aspect is a side effect, not the primary purpose." Harry considered this. He'd felt drawn to Valerie from their first meeting, though he'd attributed it largely to the magical connection. Now he wondered how much was the bond and how much might have developed naturally had they met under ordinary circumstances. "What about you?" he asked finally. "What do you want?" The question seemed to catch her off guard. "Me? Yes. Everyone keeps telling me I have choices despite the bond. Do you have the same freedom? Or does the Veela part of you make this more predetermined?" It was an insightful question, one that showed he'd been paying attention to the nuances of what he'd learned about Veela nature. Valerie's expression softened. "The Veela part of me is drawn to the bond, yes," she admitted. "But I'm not a full Veela. I have my mother's heritage, but also my father's human perspective. I have choices too, Harry." She lifted the pendant from the box. "Which brings me to this. It's a regulator charm, specially crafted by my grandmother. It doesn't block the bond, but it can dampen the emotional bleed-through if either of us need space to sort out our own feelings from those generated by the magic." "You're offering me a way to mute the connection," Harry realized. "Temporarily, when needed," Valerie clarified. "So that whatever develops between us, friendship, partnership, or something more, comes from genuine choice, not magical influence." Harry was touched by the thoughtfulness behind the gesture. Most magical solutions he'd encountered in his life had been all-or-nothing affairs, not carefully calibrated compromises that respected autonomy while acknowledging magical reality. "Thank you," he said sincerely, accepting the pendant when she offered it. The silver felt cool against his palm, though he could sense subtle magic within it. "This means a lot." Valerie smiled, visible relief flowing through the bond. "I wasn't sure how you'd respond. This situation is unusual even by magical standards, and you've had so many choices taken from you already in your life." That she understood this about him, recognized his deep-seated need for agency in a life often controlled by prophecy, fame, and others' expectations, meant more than she probably realized. "May I ask something personal?" Harry ventured, slipping the pendant into his pocket rather than putting it on immediately. "Of course. If the bond hadn't formed, if we'd just met normally at school or something. Do you think we would have become friends anyway?" The question clearly surprised her, but she considered it seriously. "I believe so, yes. We share certain qualities, adaptability, a preference for practical solutions over theory, loyalty to those we care about." Her smile turned slightly mischievous. "Though I might have been too shy to approach the famous Harry Potter without magical encouragement." Harry laughed. "And I might have been too intimidated by a part Veela witch from a distinguished French family. Then perhaps the bond did us a favor by bypassing those initial barriers," Valerie suggested. She stood, smoothing her dress. "We should head down soon. Mother becomes anxious about punctuality for family dinners." As they walked together through the house, Harry felt a subtle shift in their connection, not diminished, but somehow clearer, as if acknowledging the nature of their bond had removed a layer of static between them. "Whatever happens next," Valerie said quietly as they reached the stairs, "I'm glad magic brought you into our lives, Harry Potter." "So am I," he replied, and was surprised to realize how completely he meant it. Dinner with the Delacours proved to be an experience unlike any meal Harry had previously enjoyed. The family dining room was elegant without being intimidating, warm lighting from enchanted candles floated above a table set with fine china and crystal, but the atmosphere remained relaxed and welcoming. The conversation flowed naturally between English and French, with family members occasionally translating idioms or cultural references for Harry's benefit. Unlike the formal political discussions that had dominated lunch, dinner talk centered on family matters, amusing anecdotes, and gentle teasing between siblings that reminded Harry somewhat of meals at the Burrow, albeit with considerably more refined table settings. Sebastian shared stories from his teaching days at Beauxbatons, including an incident involving a transfiguration gone wrong that had temporarily given an entire class rabbit ears. Fleur spoke of her early experiences working at Gringotts, mimicking the goblin's perpetual suspicion of her Veela charm with such accuracy that even Apollon couldn't maintain her elegant composure. Harry found himself drawn into the family dynamic with surprising ease. When Gabrielle demanded stories about Hogwarts, he obliged with carefully selected adventures that emphasized the castle's magical wonders without dwelling on the more dangerous aspects of his experiences there. The genuine interest with which the entire family listened made him feel valued in a way that was unfamiliar but deeply pleasant. "And the staircases really move?" Gabrielle asked, wide-eyed with wonder. "Just whenever they want to. Sometimes right when you're in the middle of climbing them," Harry confirmed, smiling at her amazement. "You have to learn which ones have vanishing steps or decide to change on Tuesdays. Beauxbatons is much more sensibly arranged," Fleur remarked with a sniff, though her eyes twinkled with amusement. "No staircases with identity crises." "But that sounds boring," Gabrielle protested. "I want staircases that move." "You say that now," Valerie teased, "but wait until you're late for class because the stairs decided to take you to the astronomy tower instead of the potions classroom." As dessert was served, an exquisite tart tatin that Harry suspected had ruined apple tarts for him forever, Sebastian steered the conversation toward more substantive matters. "We should discuss the training schedule for tomorrow and future weekends," he said, his tone shifting slightly to that of the defense master rather than the genial host. "Based on today's assessment, I believe we need to focus on 3 key areas: occlumency using Veela techniques, controlled manifestation of the bond's enhanced magical effects, and distance communication." Apollon nodded in agreement. "The occlumency is particularly urgent, given the nature of the connection to Voldemort that Harry described." "I've been thinking about that," Fleur said, setting down her dessert fork. "Traditional occlumency approaches mind shielding as an individual effort, but with the bond in place, couldn't we potentially create a shared defense?" Sebastian looked intrigued. "A network rather than a barrier? It's an innovative approach." "It makes sense theoretically," Valerie added, warming to her sister's idea. If his mind is connected to ours through the bond, we could extend our own mental protections to include him, at least partially. Like a distributed shield charm, Harry suggested, drawing on their earlier magical exercises. Exactly, Fleur confirmed, looking pleased that he'd made the connection. It wouldn't replace the need for you to learn proper occlumency eventually, but it might provide immediate protection while you develop those skills. Sebastian rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It's worth exploring. We'll incorporate the concept into tomorrow's training. He turned to Harry. Speaking of which, I should warn you that Veela occlumency techniques differ significantly from the approach Professor Snape is likely using. Different how? Harry asked, hoping desperately that it wouldn't involve more brutal mind invasions like Snape's lessons. Our approach focuses first on emotional categorization rather than emptying the mind, Apollon explained. Veela experience emotions more intensely than most humans, making the clear-your-mind approach nearly impossible for us. Instead, we learn to organize emotional responses into patterns that can be recognized and managed. That sounds. Harry searched for the right word, logical, actually. Far more logical than Snape's apparent method of simply shouting at him to empty his mind while repeatedly attacking it. It is particularly effective against influence that works through emotional manipulation, Sebastian added. Which, from what Dumbledore has shared about your experiences with Voldemort, seems to be his primary approach to mental influence. The conversation continued in this vein until dinner concluded. As they moved to a comfortable sitting room for tea, Harry felt a wave of fatigue catching up with him, the combined result of international travel, intensive magical practice, and the emotional processing of everything he'd learned about the bond. Apollon noticed immediately. You should rest, Harry, she said gently. Today has been demanding in many ways. I'm fine, he protested automatically, then caught himself as Valerie raised an eyebrow at him through the bond. Actually, I am pretty tired, he admitted. A good night's sleep will help stabilize the magical progress we've made today, Sebastian said, standing to signal the evening's conclusion. We'll begin again after breakfast tomorrow. As the family bid each other good night, Harry was struck by another unfamiliar but welcome experience, being sent to bed not out of indifference or inconvenience, but out of genuine care for his well-being. It was such a simple thing, yet so foreign to his experiences with the Dursleys that it left him momentarily speechless. Gabrielle insisted on a goodnight hug, while Fleur and her parents offered more reserved but equally warm goodnights. Valerie accompanied him part of the way upstairs, citing the need to retrieve a book from the library on their route. Your family is amazing, Harry said quietly as they walked. Thank you for sharing them with me. Valerie smiled, pleased by the compliment. They've been curious about you for weeks. I think they're just relieved to finally meet the wizard who's been magically connected to their daughters. I was nervous about meeting them, Harry admitted. After everything with Umbridge and the Ministry, I half expected your father to interrogate me about my intentions or something. Valerie laughed softly. Oh, he would have, if Mother hadn't forbidden it. She said the bond would reveal your character more honestly than any interrogation could. They reached the library, and Valerie paused at the doorway. Sleep well, Harry. And. She hesitated briefly, if you have any unusual dreams tonight, try focusing on the bond before you sleep. It might help stabilize your mind against intrusions. I will, he promised. Good night, Valerie. Later, as Harry settled into the luxurious guest bed, he followed Valerie's suggestion. Focusing on the 3 golden threads of the bond, he allowed himself to feel the distinct signatures of each sister, Gabrielle's bright, innocent energy already dimmed in sleep, Fleur's cool, steady presence, and Valerie's warm, thoughtful connection. For the first time since the dreams began, Harry slept through the night without a single glimpse of the Department of Mysteries corridor. Morning arrived with golden sunlight and the distant sound of waves. Harry woke feeling more rested than he had in months, his mind clear, his magic steady within him. For a moment, he simply enjoyed the unfamiliar sensation of waking without tension, without the immediate weight of expectations or dangers pressing down on him. The bond hung gently in his awareness, all three connections calm and stable. Through Gabrielle's thread, he caught a flash of excitement. She was already awake and eager for the day ahead. Fleur's presence felt more distant, focused on something requiring concentration. Valerie's connection was quiet but alert, like someone enjoying a peaceful moment before activity begins. A soft knock at the door preceded a house elf bringing a breakfast tray and a message that the family would gather in Sebastian's study at 9 for the morning's training session. Having time to eat at his own pace and prepare for the day without rush was yet another small luxury Harry wasn't accustomed to at Hogwarts or Privet Drive. When he arrived at the study, he found Sebastian already setting up what appeared to be a different configuration of magical instruments from the previous day. Gone was the silver circle on the floor, replaced by comfortable cushions arranged in a semicircle before a shallow stone basin that reminded Harry vaguely of a pensieve, though the liquid within was clear rather than silvery. "Good morning, Harry," Sebastian greeted him. "I trust you slept well." "Better than I have in months," Harry admitted. "No dreams about the corridor at all." Sebastian looked pleased. "Excellent. That suggests the bond is already providing some natural protection, even without formal training." He gestured to the cushions. "Please, make yourself comfortable. The others will join us shortly." As if on cue, the door opened to admit Apollon and all three sisters. Gabrielle immediately bounced over to give Harry her customary enthusiastic greeting, while Fleur and Valerie offered more restrained good mornings. "Today we begin with occlumency," Sebastian announced once everyone was settled. "As discussed, we'll be using Veela techniques rather than traditional wizarding methods." He indicated the stone basin. "This is a calm pool, a training tool used by Veela families for centuries. It helps visualize emotional states during the learning process." Apollon took over the explanation. "Traditional occlumency begins with emptying the mind, creating a void that offers no purchase for intrusion. Veela occlumency works differently. Instead of emptying, we organize, categorize, and redirect. The first step," Fleur continued, "is identifying your emotional core patterns, the recurring emotional responses that form the foundation of your mental landscape. Everyone has signature emotional responses," Valerie explained, noting Harry's slightly confused expression. "For instance, when threatened, some people default to anger, others to fear, others to calculated assessment. These aren't conscious choices, they're instinctual patterns formed by personality and experience." Sebastian nodded. "Identifying these patterns is crucial because mental intrusions exploit them. Voldemort's connection to you works primarily by triggering emotional resonance, using anger, fear, or curiosity as doorways into your consciousness." This made immediate sense to Harry in a way Snape's instructions never had. He thought of how his dreams of the corridor always carried a sense of urgent curiosity, an almost compulsive need to see what lay beyond the door. "So instead of trying to feel nothing, I need to recognize when an emotion isn't actually mine?" he asked. "Precisely," Apollon confirmed, looking pleased with his quick understanding. "The first exercise involves mapping your genuine emotional patterns using the calm pool." Sebastian gestured to the basin. "The pool reflects emotional states visually. When you place your hand in the water and focus on a memory, it will display the emotional pattern associated with that experience. The goal is to identify what your authentic emotions look like, making it easier to recognize foreign influences." For the next hour, Harry practiced this technique under the family's guidance. He selected various memories, some happy, some frightening, some complex mixtures of emotions, and watched as the pool displayed swirling patterns of color that represented his emotional responses. Gradually, he began to recognize certain consistencies, the particular shade of red that represented his protective instincts, the golden glow of his joy in flying, the deep blue of his concentration during challenging magic. "You're progressing remarkably quickly," Sebastian noted as Harry correctly identified the emotional signature of a memory without seeing which one Valerie had selected for him to analyze. "Most beginners take days to recognize their patterns with such consistency." "The bond is helping," Fleur observed. We can feel him learning, and it's creating a feedback loop of reinforcement. Harry could feel it too, the way his growing awareness seemed amplified through the sisters' connections, as if their minds were offering additional processing power for his learning. It was nothing like the brutal legilimency sessions with Snape, where each attack left him more confused and vulnerable than before. Now we move to the second phase, Apollon said. Recognizing intrusion. She looked at Harry seriously. This will be more challenging. With your permission, I will attempt a gentle mental touch, nothing invasive, simply a foreign emotional presence at the edge of your awareness. Your task is to identify it as external. Harry nodded, though he felt a flicker of apprehension. Apollon must have sensed his unease through the subtle Veela empathy all the family members seemed to possess. This is very different from legilimency, Harry, she assured him. I will not be viewing your thoughts or memories, only introducing an emotional tone that isn't yours. I'm ready, Harry said, focusing on the patterns he'd been learning to recognize. Apollon closed her eyes briefly. A moment later, Harry felt it, a subtle sensation of melancholy tinged with nostalgia. The feeling was so gentle it might have been easy to mistake for his own, but having spent the morning mapping his emotional patterns, he could recognize the difference. The melancholy had a distinctly different quality than his own sadness, more refined, layered with decades of experience he hadn't lived. It's not mine, he said confidently. It feels older, somehow. More nuanced. Apollon smiled. Excellent. Now, instead of trying to force it away, observe how it interacts with your own emotions. Notice where it connects, where it attempts to blend. Harry focused on the foreign feeling, analyzing rather than fighting it. He realized that the melancholy was attaching itself to his own memories of loss, trying to deepen and expand them. It's looking for similar emotions to amplify, he observed. Yes. This is how subtle mental influence works, Sebastian explained. It doesn't create emotions from nothing, it finds existing tendencies and enhances them until they overwhelm rational thought. For the remainder of the morning, they practiced with increasingly complex emotional influences. By lunchtime, Harry could consistently identify when an emotion wasn't genuinely his, even when Fleur or Valerie, who knew his emotional patterns better through the bond, attempted the intrusions. The final step would be learning to redirect or compartmentalize these foreign influences, Sebastian explained as they prepared to break for lunch. But that requires more practice than we can complete in a single weekend. For now, recognition alone is a significant improvement. What about the shared shield Fleur suggested? Harry asked. Could we try that this afternoon? The sisters exchanged glances. We've been discussing that, Fleur admitted. We think it's possible, but it would require a deeper level of bond synchronization than we've achieved so far. Worth attempting though, Sebastian said thoughtfully. After lunch, perhaps. Lunch was served in the gardens, beneath a pergola draped with flowering vines that seemed to adjust their blooms to provide perfect shade. The meal was lighter than dinner had been, fresh salads, crusty bread, and seafood that Harry suspected had been caught that very morning from the Mediterranean visible in the distance. Conversation turned to more practical matters, how Harry would continue practicing these techniques at Hogwarts, arrangements for future weekend visits, and updates from Bill about order activities. The normalcy of it all struck Harry again, how quickly he'd adjusted to being included in family discussions, how natural it felt to be considered in plans and decisions. After lunch, they returned to Sebastian's study for the afternoon's training. This session focused on the bond itself, specifically, how to communicate intentionally through the connection rather than relying on the random emotional impressions they'd experienced thus far. Distance communication through magical bonds is traditionally difficult, Sebastian explained as they arranged themselves in a circle on the floor. The bond naturally wants to pull you together physically, not facilitate remote interaction. But we've already seen evidence that your bond operates differently from historical precedents, Apollon added. Your transport to Bill's cottage being the most dramatic example. The exercise began simply enough, the four of them sitting with eyes closed, focusing on the bond connections, attempting to send specific thoughts or images to each other. The initial results were mixed. Emotions transmitted easily, but concrete thoughts or images tended to become distorted, like trying to have a conversation underwater. "We're overthinking it," Gabrielle announced suddenly after a particularly frustrating attempt. "The bond doesn't like being told what to do." Harry looked at the youngest Delacour with surprise. "What do you mean?" "It's like..." She frowned, searching for the right explanation, like when you try really hard to remember something and can't, but then it comes to you later when you're not trying anymore. Valerie's eyes widened with understanding. "She's right. We're approaching this too technically, trying to force a process that wants to flow naturally. The bond isn't a tool," Fleur realized. "It's a relationship." Sebastian nodded slowly. "Of course. We've been thinking of the bond as a magical construct to be manipulated, but its fundamental nature is connection, not utility." They adjusted their approach, focusing less on directed transmission and more on shared awareness. Rather than trying to push thoughts across the bond, they practiced opening themselves to each other, allowing natural communication to emerge from the connection itself. The breakthrough came unexpectedly. During a moment of shared focus, Harry suddenly found himself perceiving multiple perspectives simultaneously, his own view of the study, but also flashes of how the same room appeared from Valerie's position across from him, Fleur's angle to his left, and Gabrielle's lower vantage point to his right. The multiple viewpoints were disorienting at first, but as he relaxed into the experience, they began to integrate into a cohesive whole. "I can see through all of your eyes," he said, amazed. "Not clearly, but enough to get the general impression." "We can see through yours as well," Valerie confirmed, her voice hushed with wonder. "The study from your perspective, but also..." She hesitated, "emotions, impressions, fragments of memory. Not invasively, just available, like books on a shelf we could choose to open or leave closed." "This is beyond anything documented in bonding literature," Sebastian observed, watching them with professional fascination. "True mental synchronization across multiple individuals." They spent the next hour exploring this new awareness, discovering its limitations and possibilities. They couldn't read each other's minds in any literal sense, but they could share perspectives, impressions, and with practice, even simple concepts or images intentionally selected for transmission. This could be incredibly useful, Fleur noted as they began to understand the potential applications. In combat situations, having multiple viewpoints would provide tactical advantages. For communication when separated, it offers secure contact that can't be intercepted like owls or flu calls. And for Harry's situation at Hogwarts, Valerie added, it means he's never truly isolated, even under Umbridge's restrictions. The most promising discovery came toward the end of the session, when they attempted to create the shared mental shield Fleur had proposed. By extending their awareness through the bond, the sisters were able to layer their natural Veela mental protections around Harry's consciousness, not a complete barrier, but a significant reinforcement to his own developing occlumency. "It's like having additional walls around a fortress," Harry described the sensation. "My shields are still the primary defense, but yours create outer perimeters that an intruder would have to penetrate first. The distance will weaken the effect," Sebastian cautioned, "but even a partial barrier is better than none. And with practice, you may be able to maintain the connection across greater distances." As the training session concluded, Sebastian outlined a practice regimen for Harry to follow at Hogwarts: daily occlumency exercises using the Veela techniques they'd explored, regular bond communication practice with the sisters through the journal, and controlled magical exercises to continue developing his ability to channel Veela-influenced magic. "The key is consistency," he emphasized. "Even 15 minutes daily will yield better results than sporadic longer sessions." Dinner that evening had a more formal atmosphere than the previous night. As Valerie had warned, the French magical attaché, a distinguished older witch named Madame Perrine, joined them, along with her husband. The conversation remained carefully apolitical, focusing on educational cooperation and cultural exchange rather than the more pressing matter of Voldemort's return, though Harry caught significant glances exchanged between Sebastian and the attaché that suggested more substantive discussions had occurred or would occur in private. To Harry's relief, he wasn't expected to navigate much diplomatic conversation. The adults steered discussions toward his experiences at Hogwarts compared to Beauxbatons, his impressions of France, limited as they were to the Delacour estate thus far, and his academic interests. The formal robes Valerie had advised him to bring proved necessary but not uncomfortable, and he found himself handling the social situation with more confidence than he would have expected even a week earlier. After their guests departed, the family gathered in a comfortable sitting room for a more relaxed end to the evening. Gabrielle convinced Harry to play a wizard chess match against her. She proved surprisingly strategic for her age, while Fleur and Valerie discussed plans for their next visits to Hogwarts under the exchange program. "We'll alternate weekends," Fleur explained. "I'll come first, ostensibly to observe defense classes, though the real purpose will be to continue our bond training away from Umbridge scrutiny." "Won't she be suspicious if you're not actually attending her classes?" Harry asked, watching as Gabrielle's knight demolished his bishop with excessive enthusiasm. "Oh, I'll attend," Fleur said with a dangerous smile. "I'm quite looking forward to observing her teaching methods personally." Valerie laughed at Harry's expression. "Don't worry, Fleur will be diplomatic. Mostly." She grew more serious. "The exchange works both ways, remember. You'll be coming here every other weekend, which gives us regular opportunities to continue the training directly with Father." As the evening wound down, Harry found himself reluctant to think about returning to Hogwarts the next day. The contrast between the warm acceptance he'd found at Jardin des Lumières and the hostile environment waiting under Umbridge's regime was stark. Valerie must have sensed his feelings through the bond. "It won't be the same as being here," she acknowledged quietly as they said goodnight, "but you won't be alone anymore." "Not really." She touched the spot where the pendant she'd given him rested beneath his shirt. "And you can always adjust the connection if it becomes distracting or overwhelming." Harry hadn't actually used the pendant yet, finding the bond's presence more comforting than disruptive, but he appreciated having the option. "Thank you. For everything, the training, your family, all of it. The bond may have brought us together," Valerie said with a small smile, "but what we build with that connection is our choice. I think we're making good ones so far." The final morning of Harry's visit began with an early training session focused on emergency measures, specifically, how to call for help through the bond if needed, and techniques for rapid magical synchronization in crisis situations. Sebastian was particularly insistent on these precautions, citing the attack on Bill's cottage as evidence that Voldemort's forces were growing bolder. The ability to summon aid could prove vital in the coming months, he emphasized as they practiced. Especially given Umbridge's efforts to isolate you at Hogwarts. By mid-morning, it was time for Harry to return to school. The entire family gathered in the receiving room where he had arrived 2 days earlier, the atmosphere tinged with reluctance despite everyone's practical understanding of the necessity. "Remember your daily exercises," Sebastian reminded him, handing over several small books on Veela occlumency techniques. 15 minutes minimum, preferably before sleep. "And maintain regular contact through the journal," Apollon added. "Not just for training purposes, but to keep us informed of any developments with Umbridge or your dreams." Gabrielle hugged him fiercely. "I drew you more pictures to take back," she said, pressing a folded packet into his hands. "Put them by your bed like at our house." Fleur embraced him next, more formally but with genuine warmth. "I'll see you next weekend at Hogwarts," she reminded him. "Try not to get into any trouble before then." When Valerie stepped forward, Harry felt a subtle shift in the bond between them, a deepening that reflected the understanding they'd reached during their private conversation. She hugged him briefly, then stepped back with a smile. "Trust the bond," she said simply. "It brought you to us once when we needed you most. It won't fail you now." Sebastian prepared the flu connection while Apollon handed Harry a package of what appeared to be food. For the journey, she explained with a knowing smile that suggested she was well aware of typical Hogwarts fare. With final goodbyes exchanged, Harry stepped into the green flames, called out, "Hogwarts, headmaster's office," and felt the now familiar spinning sensation of international flow travel. As the Delacour home vanished from view, he focused on the golden threads of the bond, maintaining his awareness of them through the disorienting journey. He emerged into Dumbledore's office to find the headmaster waiting alone, a serene smile on his face. "Welcome back, Harry," he greeted, helping him regain his balance. "I trust your weekend was productive." "Very," Harry confirmed, brushing soot from his robes. "The Delacours were." He paused, searching for words adequate to describe the experience. "They were incredible. The training, the bond work, all of it." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "I had every confidence in Sebastian's abilities as an instructor. He was among the finest defense masters in Europe before his retirement." "Professor," Harry began, then hesitated, uncertain how to frame his question. "The bond, this connection with the Delacours, it's changing me. My magic feels different now. More expansive." "As it should," Dumbledore replied, moving to sit behind his desk. "Magic, at its most fundamental level, is about connection, Harry. The isolation of individual wizards is a relatively modern concept in magical history. The oldest and most powerful magic has always involved bonds, between people, places, even objects." He gestured to Fawkes, who watched them with intelligent eyes from his perch. "My connection to Fawkes, for instance, enhances certain aspects of my magic, just as his association with me expands his natural phoenix abilities." "So you think this bond is a good thing? Despite the complications?" Dumbledore considered the question carefully. "I believe that meaningful connections, magical or otherwise, are always valuable, particularly in dark times. The specific form those connections take matters less than their essential nature." His expression grew more serious. "That said, there are practical considerations regarding your situation. I understand Sebastian has begun teaching you Veela occlumency techniques." Harry nodded. "They make much more sense then." He stopped, not wanting to criticize Snape directly. "Then Professor Snape's approach," Dumbledore finished for him, not unkindly. "Different methods suit different minds, Harry. I believe we will find the Veela techniques more compatible with your natural thought patterns." They discussed practical arrangements for the ongoing exchange program, Dumbledore confirming that Fleur would arrive the following Friday for the first Hogwarts phase of the partnership. He also advised Harry on how to handle inevitable questions from other students about his weekend away. "A judicious mixture of truth and discretion would be appropriate," the headmaster suggested. "The exchange program itself is no secret, but the specific nature of your magical connection to the Delacours is a private matter." As Harry prepared to leave, Dumbledore added one final thought. "Your mother once told me that the greatest magic lies not in spells or potions, but in the connections we forge with others. I believe she would be pleased to see you discovering this truth for yourself." The unexpected mention of his mother caught Harry by surprise, but before he could ask further, a knock at the office door signaled Professor McGonagall's arrival to escort him back to Gryffindor Tower. As they walked through the quiet Sunday afternoon corridors, Harry was acutely aware of the golden thread stretching across the distance to France, a tangible reminder that whatever challenges awaited at Hogwarts, he faced them with new allies bound to him by magic older than the castle itself. For the first time since Voldemort's return, the future held possibilities beyond mere survival. It contained connections worth fighting for, a family claimed by magic if not by blood, and power that grew from bonds freely embraced rather than prophecies imposed by fate. McGonagall left him at the portrait hole with a rare smile and a reminder about Monday's Transfiguration homework. As Harry stepped into the Gryffindor common room to the immediate excited queries of Ron and Hermione, he felt Valerie's warm presence through the bond, a gentle reminder that distances meant little to magic that had already proven capable of transcending them when needed most. "So?" Ron demanded eagerly. "How was it? Did you learn any brilliant new defensive spells? Was the training difficult?" Hermione asked simultaneously. What was their house like? Did they have a library? Harry smiled, settling into his favorite armchair by the fire. It was. He began, searching for words that could possibly capture the transformation the weekend had wrought in his understanding of magic, family, and his own place in the world. Through the bond, he felt encouragement flowing from three distinct sources: Fleur's confident assurance, Gabrielle's bright enthusiasm, and Valerie's steady warmth. With their support flowing through the magical connections that now defined a fundamental part of his identity, Harry began to share what he could of his experience with the friends who had stood by him through so much. It was the beginning of something important, he said finally. Something that might change everything. Chapter 3, Bonds tested. The weeks following Harry's first visit to Jardin de Lumières passed in a blur of contrasts. Each day at Hogwarts brought new frustrations under Umbridge's increasingly oppressive regime, while the weekends alternated between visits from Delacour's sisters and his own journeys to France. Monday morning after his return had set the pattern. Harry had barely sat down for breakfast when Umbridge approached the Gryffindor table, her toad-like smile fixed firmly in place. "Mr. Potter," she simpered, clipboard in hand. "I'll require a detailed accounting of your educational activities this weekend. My office, 5 o'clock this evening." Before Harry could respond, a familiar voice cut through the great hall. "That won't be necessary, Dolores." Professor McGonagall strode toward them, her emerald robes billowing behind her. "Mr. Delacour has already submitted the official documentation regarding Mr. Potter's training activities." She handed over a thick scroll bearing multiple official seals. As specified in Educational Decree 23, Paragraph 4, international educational exchanges fall under the jurisdiction of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, not the High Inquisitor's office. Umbridge's smile tightened as she unrolled the scroll to find page after page of detailed notes, diagrams, and evaluations, Sebastian Delacour's promised, thorough documentation. "I see," she said finally, her voice brittle. "However, as High Inquisitor, I still have the authority to question the student directly." "Of course," McGonagall interrupted smoothly. "However, as Mr. Potter's head of house, I must insist on being present for any such questioning, as is his right under Educational Decree 17. Harry struggled to keep his face neutral as Umbridge's complexion took on an interesting puce shade. He could feel amusement flowing through the bond from thousands of miles away. The Delacour sisters were clearly aware of the confrontation through their connection to him. "Very well," Umbridge conceded with obvious reluctance. "Mr. Potter, Professor McGonagall, my office at 5. As she waddled away, McGonagall gave Harry a nearly imperceptible wink. "Do finish your breakfast, Potter. You'll need your strength for today's transfiguration lesson." The interrogation that evening proved anticlimactic. With McGonagall present, Umbridge was forced to limit her questions to legitimate educational matters. Harry responded with carefully prepared answers that Sebastian had helped him rehearse, describing defensive techniques and theoretical concepts that sounded impressive while revealing nothing about the bond or the Veela magic he was actually learning. "And what specific spells did Mr. Delacour teach you?" Umbridge pressed, her quill hovering. "We focused primarily on magical theory rather than specific incantations," Harry replied, echoing Sebastian's precise wording. "Mr. Delacour emphasizes understanding the principles behind effective defensive magic as a foundation for practical application." "A sound pedagogical approach," McGonagall commented approvingly. By the time the session ended, Umbridge had gained nothing useful despite an hour of increasingly pointed questions. Her frustration was palpable as she dismissed them, her saccharine smile strained to breaking point. "Well handled, Potter," McGonagall murmured as they descended the spiral staircase. 10 points to Gryffindor for exceptional diplomatic restraint. The following days established a new routine. Each morning, Harry practiced the Veela occlumency technique Sebastian had taught him, organizing his emotions and thoughts into recognizable patterns that made foreign influences easier to identify. Each evening, he communicated with the Delacours through their enchanted journal, reporting his progress and receiving guidance. The bond itself continued to develop. What had begun as occasional emotional impressions evolved into a more constant awareness, like background music that he could tune into or out of at will. The pendant Valerie had given him proved useful during classes when he needed to focus without distraction, though he rarely dampened the connection completely. Hermione, naturally, had questions about his training that proved challenging to deflect. "But what exactly are you learning?" she pressed one evening in the common room, her voice lowered despite the privacy charm she'd cast around their corner. "Advanced shield charms. Counter curses. Defensive transfiguration. A bit of everything," Harry hedged. "Mr. Delacour's approach is more about integrated magical theory than individual spells." Ron looked up from his potions essay. "Yeah, but you must be learning something practical. You came back knackered after that first weekend." Harry sighed, knowing his friends deserved some version of the truth. "Look, part of what I'm learning, it's family magic. The Delacours have certain traditions they've agreed to share with me because of what happened during the Triwizard Tournament. I promised not to discuss the specifics." Hermione's eyes widened with understanding. "Family magic? That's... Harry, that's incredibly rare. Magical families almost never share their traditional techniques with outsiders." "I'm not exactly an outsider anymore," Harry said carefully. "Not since I saved Gabrielle. There's a kind of magical debt thing." This explanation, though incomplete, satisfied them enough to reduce the intensity of their questioning. Harry hated concealing the full truth from his best friends, but Sebastian had emphasized the importance of protecting knowledge about the bond until they understood its full implications. "Bond magic is powerful and coveted," he had explained during Harry's first weekend at Jardin de Lumières. "If Voldemort learned of your connection to my daughters, he would undoubtedly seek to exploit it." Friday arrived, bringing Fleur to Hogwarts for the first phase of the exchange program. Her arrival caused quite a stir, students whispering and staring as she swept through the corridors with Professor McGonagall, her silvery hair and natural grace drawing all eyes. She found Harry between classes, managing to appear both professionally formal for public view while conveying warm familiarity through the bond. "Mr. Potter," she greeted him properly, aware of watching students. "I look forward to observing your defensive magical progress this weekend." "Thank you for coming, Miss Delacour," Harry replied with equal formality, fighting a smile at the amusement flowing through their connection. McGonagall, playing her part perfectly, explained the weekend schedule to curious onlookers. "Miss Delacour will be observing several defense against the dark arts classes as part of our international exchange, followed by specialized tutorial sessions with selected students." These tutorial sessions were their cover for the actual bond training that would take place in the Room of Requirement, a location Harry had suggested as ideal for their private practice, safely beyond Umbridge's monitoring. That evening, Harry led Fleur to the 7th floor corridor after dinner, explaining the room's unique properties as they walked. "It becomes whatever you need?" she asked, intrigued by the concept. "Beauxbatons has nothing comparable." "Hogwarts is full of secrets," Harry replied, thinking of the many hidden passages and chambers he'd discovered over the years. "Even Dumbledore doesn't know them all." He paced before the blank wall, concentrating on their needs, a place to practice bond magic safely, where we won't be discovered or interrupted. On his third pass, a polished wooden door materialized. The room beyond had configured itself perfectly for their purposes, a spacious training area with cushioned floors similar to Sebastian's study, various magical instruments arranged along the walls, and a comfortable seating area for discussion. Most impressively, one entire wall displayed a magical representation of the bond connecting them, the golden threads pulsing with energy. "Magnificent," Fleur breathed, studying the magical visualization. "The room has somehow tapped into the bond itself to create this display." Harry approached the wall, watching the threads shift and flow like living things. "Will this help with our training?" "Tremendously," Fleur confirmed. "Being able to see the magical connections as we work with them will accelerate our progress." She set down the bag she'd brought and began removing various items. "We should begin with communication practice, specifically, maintaining clear contact through the bond over distances." For the next 2 hours, they worked on strengthening Harry's ability to project and receive through their connection. Fleur would move to different parts of the vast room while Harry, blindfolded, practiced tracking her location and receiving simple messages sent through the bond. By the end of the session, he could consistently identify her position and receive basic concepts, though detailed messages still proved challenging. The bond naturally wants to transmit emotions rather than specific thoughts, Fleur explained as they took a break. But with practice, we can encode more complex information within those emotional patterns. Like how you and your sisters sometimes communicate without speaking, Harry observed, having noticed this phenomenon during his weekend at their home. Fleur nodded. Exactly. Mother and father can do the same, though their connection is different from ours. Decades of marriage have created their own kind of bond. Speaking of different bonds, Harry said hesitantly, "How are things with Bill?" "I haven't wanted to ask through the journal." A soft smile touched Fleur's face. "He's healing well. And he's been, remarkably understanding about our situation." She met Harry's eyes directly. "Bill knows about the bond, Harry. We don't keep secrets from each other. And he's okay with it? With the magical connection between us? He's a curse breaker who grew up in one of Britain's oldest magical families. He understands that magic sometimes creates its own imperatives." Her expression grew thoughtful. "Besides, he sees our bond for what it truly is, a protective alliance, not a romantic entanglement." The distinction hung in the air between them, both acknowledging the difference between her bond with Harry and Valerie's. Neither needed to state it explicitly, the bond itself made the nature of their connection clear. "What about you and Valerie?" Fleur asked, her tone carefully neutral. "You've been using the pendant she gave you?" Harry touched the silver charm that hung beneath his shirt. "Sometimes. Mostly during classes when I need to focus. It helps, but I don't like disconnecting completely." Fleur nodded approvingly. "Good. Complete disconnection isn't healthy for developing bonds. They need regular contact to stabilize." She began gathering her things. "That's enough for tonight. Tomorrow we'll observe Umbridge's class in the morning, then return here for more intensive practice." As they prepared to leave, Harry felt a question forming that had been nagging at him since the bond fully activated. "Fleur, what happens when we defeat Voldemort? Will the bond just fade? Since its purpose will be fulfilled?" She paused, considering the question with characteristic thoroughness. "I don't believe so," she said finally. "Magical bonds like ours, once formed, become part of our core identities. They evolve and change with circumstances, but they don't simply disappear when external conditions change." She smiled slightly. "Besides, who says protecting each other ends with Voldemort? Life has many challenges beyond Dark Lords." It was a comforting thought, that the connections he'd formed with the Delacours weren't just tactical advantages for the current conflict but permanent extensions of his magical identity. As they left the room of requirement, Harry felt the distant presence of Gabrielle and Valerie through the bond, a constant reminder that whatever else changed in his life, these golden threads would remain. The following morning brought Harry's first opportunity to observe Fleur and Umbridge in the same room, a prospect he anticipated with poorly concealed amusement. They'd arranged for Fleur to observe the fifth-year defense against the dark arts class, a scheduling choice that Umbridge had been unable to refuse without appearing obstructionist to an international educational initiative. Harry arrived early with Ron and Hermione to find Fleur already seated at the back of the classroom, a professional notebook open before her and her expression one of polite interest. Through the bond, however, Harry could feel her carefully controlled disdain for the childish kitten plates decorating the walls and the overall atmosphere of intellectual suppression that permeated the room. Umbridge entered precisely on time, her girlish voice particularly grating as she acknowledged Fleur's presence with minimal courtesy. "We are honored to have Miss Delacour observing our British educational methods today. I'm sure she'll find our structured approach most illuminating." Fleur inclined her head gracefully but said nothing, her quill poised over her notebook. The subtle shift in her posture would have been imperceptible to anyone not connected to her as Harry was. She had just entered what Valerie jokingly called diplomatic battle mode. "Wands away, books out," Umbridge instructed the class with her usual simper. "Today we continue our theoretical study of counterjinxes as described in Chapter 12. The lesson proceeded with mind-numbing predictability, students silently reading while Umbridge occasionally made hem-hem noises and paced between the desks. About halfway through the class, Fleur raised her hand, the movement so elegant it seemed to capture Umbridge's attention despite her obvious reluctance. "Yes, Miss Delacour." Umbridge acknowledged, unable to ignore a foreign observer. "I wonder if you might clarify something about your pedagogical approach," Fleur said, her accent more pronounced than usual but her English precise. "In France, theoretical study is typically integrated with practical application, especially in defensive magic. Is the separation of theory and practice a specifically British methodology?" The question was perfectly crafted, professionally relevant, impossible to dismiss as impertinent, yet subtly challenging the entire premise of Umbridge's teaching approach. Harry fought to keep his expression neutral as he felt Fleur's strategic satisfaction flowing through the bond. "The Ministry of Magic has determined that theoretical understanding provides a sufficient foundation for examination purposes," Umbridge replied, her voice tight. "Practical applications are reserved for controlled environments beyond the classroom." "How fascinating," Fleur murmured, making a note. "And these controlled environments, they are provided when, precisely? I would be most interested in observing this practical component during my visit." Umbridge's smile froze. "The theoretical foundation must be thoroughly established before practical work begins. These students are not yet prepared for applied defensive magic." Fleur's eyebrows rose fractionally. "Not prepared? But surely by 5th year." She glanced at Harry. "I was under the impression that Mr. Potter, for instance, successfully performed a Patronus charm 2 years ago. That suggests a rather advanced practical capability already exists among your students." The classroom had gone utterly silent, every student watching the exchange with rapt attention. Harry could feel multiple pairs of eyes darting between him and the two women at the front of the room. "Individual anomalies are not indicative of general educational readiness," Umbridge said dismissively, though her voice had taken on a dangerous edge. "The Ministry's educational approach is based on comprehensive assessment of appropriate developmental stages." "I see," Fleur replied, making another note. "I look forward to including these observations in my report to the International Educational Standards Committee. They've been most interested in divergent approaches to defensive magical instruction, particularly in light of recent international security developments." The subtle reference to Voldemort's return hung in the air, all the more powerful for being framed as an internationally recognized reality rather than a contested claim. Umbridge's face flushed an alarming shade of pink that clashed horribly with her cardigan. "Indeed," she managed finally. "Well, we shall have to arrange a more comprehensive discussion of curricular philosophy during your stay." She turned sharply to the class. "Continue reading Chapter 12. There will be a quiz on counterjinx theory tomorrow." For the remainder of the class, Umbridge pointedly avoided looking in Fleur's direction, while the part Veela continued taking detailed notes with an air of professional detachment that Harry knew, through the bond, concealed intense satisfaction at having scored the first point in their confrontation. When class ended, Fleur caught Harry's eye briefly, a subtle current of shared amusement passing between them before she addressed Umbridge again. "Thank you for allowing me to observe your class, Professor. Most educational." She gathered her materials with unhurried grace. "I look forward to our curricular discussion. Perhaps we might include Headmaster Dumbledore. I'm sure he would have valuable insights to contribute." Umbridge's smile was so strained it appeared painful. "We shall see what schedules permit. If you'll excuse me, I have another class arriving shortly." As Harry left the classroom with Ron and Hermione, he could feel Fleur's controlled laughter through the bond, a warm current of satisfaction that mirrored his own feelings perfectly. "Bloody brilliant," Ron muttered once they were safely down the corridor. "Did you see Umbridge's face when Fleur mentioned the Patronus? She couldn't say anything without looking foolish in front of an international observer, Hermione noted with obvious approval. Very clever of Fleur to frame everything as professional inquiry rather than criticism. Harry, who understood through the bond exactly how deliberately Fleur had constructed her approach, simply smiled. She knows what she's doing. The afternoon's training session in the room of requirement built on the previous evening's work, with a particular focus on coordinating magical responses to potential threats. Fleur conjured various magical challenges, animated dummies that fired stinging hexes, illusory environments that shifted unpredictably, puzzles that required combined magical approaches to solve. In crisis situations, our instinct will be to react individually, she explained as they practiced. We need to train ourselves to coordinate through the bond instead, multiplying our effectiveness. The exercises were demanding but exhilarating. When they successfully synchronized their responses, Harry providing raw power while Fleur shaped and directed it with precision, the results were spectacular. Simple shield charms became shimmering domes of protection, basic stunning spells transformed into concentrated blasts that could incapacitate multiple targets. Imagine what we could do with all four of us connected, Harry observed during a break, wiping sweat from his forehead. That's precisely what Father is working toward with our weekend training sessions, Fleur confirmed. The full potential of a four-way bond hasn't been documented in any historical records we've found. We're in uncharted magical territory. As evening approached, they shifted focus to occlumency practice, with Fleur testing Harry's developing shields using the gentler Veela technique Sebastian had taught. His progress was encouraging. He could consistently identify and redirect her subtle mental touches, preventing them from gaining purchase in his consciousness. Your natural shields have improved significantly, she noted approvingly. And when you actively engage the bond, our combined protection is quite formidable. I think it's time to test it against more aggressive intrusion. Harry tensed, memories of Snape's brutal legilimency attacks surfacing. You mean like what Snape's been doing? No, Fleur said firmly. Professor Snape's approach is unnecessarily traumatic. I meant a more controlled test with someone skilled but respectful of boundaries. She hesitated. Perhaps Professor Dumbledore, if he's willing. Father suggested we ask him before I return to France. The idea of Dumbledore examining his mind made Harry uneasy for reasons he couldn't entirely articulate. The headmaster had been avoiding direct contact with him all year, and the thought of suddenly engaging in something as intimate as mental magic seemed jarring. Fleur sensed his discomfort through the bond. We don't have to decide immediately. We can discuss it with Dumbledore tomorrow and proceed only if you're comfortable. As they prepared to leave the room of requirement, Harry felt a sudden sharp spike of emotion through the bond, not from Fleur, but from one of her sisters thousands of miles away. A surge of fear followed by fierce determination, then a flash of pain so intense it made him gasp. Valerie, Fleur whispered, her face paling as she felt it too. Something's wrong. Harry closed his eyes, focusing on the golden thread connecting him to the middle Delacour sister. The emotions flowing through it were chaotic, fear, anger, protective fury, and beneath it all, a desperate call for help that wasn't consciously formed but instinctively projected through their connection. She's in danger, he said, opening his eyes to find Fleur already gathering their things with urgent movements. We need to get to Dumbledore's office, use his Fleur to reach your parents. They raced through the corridors, the bond pulsing with increasing urgency. Harry could now feel Gabrielle as well, her childish terror mixed with confusion as she sensed her sister's distress. There was no clear information, just overwhelming emotional impressions of threat and danger. The gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office sprang aside as they approached, whether responding to their obvious urgency or pre-instructed to admit them, Harry didn't know. They took the spiral staircase 2 steps at a time and burst into the office to find Dumbledore already rising from his desk, his expression grave. Miss Delacour, Harry, I've just received an urgent message from Sebastian, he said without preamble. There's been an incident at Beauxbatons. Valerie was attacked during a Hogsmeade-equivalent visit to the local magical village. How bad? Fleur demanded, her accent thickening with stress. She's alive and not critically injured, Dumbledore assured her quickly. But Sebastian believes the attack was specifically targeted, the assailants were after her because of her connection to Harry. The implications hit Harry like a physical blow. Valerie had been attacked because of him, because of the bond that connected them. The guilt would have been overwhelming if not for the immediate surge of protective fury that coursed through him, momentarily drowning out all other emotions. "I need to go to her," he said, not a request but a statement of absolute necessity. "Now." "I anticipated as much," Dumbledore replied, gesturing to the fireplace where green flames already flickered in readiness. "The international Fleur connection is prepared. Sebastian is expecting you both at Jardin de Lumières, where Valerie has been taken for safety." Fleur moved immediately to the fireplace, but paused when she realized Harry wasn't directly behind her. He had turned to Dumbledore with a question he needed answered before leaving. "How did they know? About the bond, about Valerie's connection to me?" The implications were disturbing. If Voldemort's followers had discovered the bond's existence, it meant their secret was compromised. Dumbledore's expression was troubled. "That remains unclear. Sebastian believes there may have been a leak within the French ministry, possibly someone who observed the documentation for your exchange program and drew connections." He gestured toward the fireplace. "Go, Harry. We can discuss security implications when you return." Fleur had already stepped into the flames, calling out "Jardin de Lumières" before vanishing in a swirl of green fire. Harry followed immediately, the bond pulling him forward as strongly as it had during the attack on Bill's cottage, though this time with the Fleur network properly facilitating his journey. The spinning sensation of international Fleur travel seemed to last forever, though logically he knew it was only seconds longer than standard Fleur journeys. When he finally emerged into the now familiar receiving room of the Delacour home, he found a scene of controlled chaos. Sebastian was directing several people Harry didn't recognize, security personnel, he guessed from their formal robes and alert postures. Apollon stood nearby, her usual serene composure replaced by the fierce intensity of a protective Veela mother, her eyes flashing with barely contained power. Fleur had already moved to her mother's side, exchanging rapid questions and answers in French too quick for Harry to follow. Gabrielle sat huddled in a chair, her small face tear-streaked but composed, clutching a hot chocolate mug in trembling hands. "Where is she?" Harry asked, the bond already pulling him toward one of the corridors leading deeper into the house. "In her room," Sebastian answered, breaking away from his security discussion. "She's resting but awake. Her injuries are not life-threatening, but—" He hesitated, something dark flashing in his eyes, they were deliberately cruel. Harry felt cold rage building inside him, but forced himself to focus on the immediate need. "What happened?" "Exactly." "3 attackers in concealing robes," Sebastian replied tersely. "They cornered Valerie in a bookshop where she'd separated from her friends. The attack was precise and coordinated, anti-apparition jinxes, silencing charms on the building, stunning spells to incapacitate witnesses." "Death Eaters?" Harry asked, though the methodology certainly matched their tactics. "Unlikely," Apollon interjected, joining them. "The French magical community has its own dark elements. More probably mercenaries hired for the task, professionals with no direct connection to Voldemort, making them harder to trace. The calculation behind it all, targeting Valerie specifically, in a public place yet with careful preparations to prevent interference or escape, suggested more than random violence. This had been a message, a demonstration that Harry's connections were known and vulnerable. "She's asking for you," Apollon added softly. "Through the bond. You can feel it?" Harry nodded. Beneath the chaos of other emotions, Valerie's specific call to him pulsed like a heartbeat, not desperate now, but steady and certain. "Second floor, East Wing," Sebastian directed. "We'll discuss security measures when you've seen her." Harry took the stairs 2 at a time, following both Sebastian's directions and the bond's pull. He'd never been to this part of the house during his previous visit, but the connection led him unerringly to a door with delicate floral carvings. He knocked gently, then entered at the soft, "Come in," from within. Valerie sat propped against pillows on a canopied bed, a book open but unread in her lap. Her face was pale but composed, though Harry could see the evidence of recently healed injuries, a faint line along her cheekbone where a cut had been magically sealed, bruising around her left wrist, and a general stiffness to her movements that suggested more damage concealed beneath her light blue robe. When she saw him, something in her expression shifted, relief mixed with lingering fear and, most surprisingly, embarrassment. "I'm sorry," were her first words, which caught Harry completely off guard. "You're sorry? For what?" He moved to her bedside, fighting the urge to check her injuries himself. "For calling you away from Hogwarts. For putting you at risk by leaving the estate." She gestured to her injuries with a self-deprecating motion. "For not being better prepared despite all our training." Harry shook his head, taking the chair beside her bed. "That's ridiculous. You have nothing to apologize for." Through the bond, he projected as much reassurance as he could muster. "Tell me what happened." "All of it." Valerie sighed, setting aside her book. "It was supposed to be a simple outing, the magical village near Beauxbatons, Lumière-sur-Mer, where older students are permitted to visit on weekends, like your Hogsmeade." She tucked a strand of golden hair behind her ear, a gesture Harry had come to recognize as a sign of her gathering her thoughts. "I was with friends in the bookshop when I felt something strange through the bond, a sort of tugging, similar to what happened when you transported to Bill's cottage, but more artificial." Her brow furrowed at the memory. "I realized someone was trying to manipulate the bond connection, using it to locate me precisely." "That's possible?" Harry asked, alarmed at the implications. "Not normally, no. The bond isn't something external magic should be able to detect or influence. But they had." She hesitated. "They had something of yours. Something with your magical signature that they used as a focus." Harry's mind raced. What could they have had? "I haven't lost anything significant. Hair, perhaps, or blood from an injury. Anything carrying your magical trace would be sufficient for the kind of dark tracking spell they employed." She shivered slightly. "I felt it lock onto the bond between us, like a hook catching a fish." The image was disturbing, the private, sacred connection between them being manipulated as a weapon. "What happened next?" "I tried to leave immediately, but they'd already surrounded the shop. 3 of them, wearing concealing cloaks but not Death Eater masks." Her voice grew steadier as she recounted the events, slipping into a more analytical tone that Harry recognized as her way of processing trauma. "They disabled the other customers with wide-area stunning spells, then focused on me." She pulled back her sleeve, revealing an angry red mark circling her wrist like a brand. "They used this first, a binding charm linked to something they called a bond suppressor. It temporarily severed my connection to you and my sisters." Harry couldn't imagine how terrifying that must have been for someone who'd grown up with the constant presence of family bonds. The sudden isolation in a moment of danger would have been doubly traumatic. "That's when I knew they weren't just random attackers," Valerie continued. "They knew about the bond specifically, had prepared for it with specialized magic." "Did they say what they wanted?" Harry asked, fighting to keep his voice level despite the rage building inside him. Valerie's expression darkened. "Information, primarily. About the nature of our connection, how it functions, its capabilities." Her fingers traced the healing cut on her cheek. They were persistent in their questioning. The understatement couldn't hide what had happened. They had tortured her for information about the bond. Harry reached for her hand without thinking, needing the physical connection to ground his spiraling emotions. "How did you escape?" "I didn't, not really." A ghost of her usual wry smile appeared. "Their bond suppressor wasn't as effective as they believed. It blocked conscious communication, but the deeper connection remained. Gabrielle felt my distress first, her connection being the most emotionally attuned. She alerted our parents." She squeezed his hand, her thumb tracing small circles against his skin. By the time father arrived with security personnel, they'd already started to withdraw. They seemed to have obtained whatever information they came for. Or they got what they really wanted, Harry said grimly, the pieces falling into place. They wanted confirmation that the bond exists and proof of how it connects us. The attack itself was the intelligence-gathering operation. Valerie nodded, the same conclusion obviously having occurred to her. A test of our response, our capabilities, our vulnerabilities. She met his eyes directly. Someone is preparing for something larger, Harry. This was reconnaissance. The implications hung between them, all the more disturbing for being logical rather than speculative. If Voldemort, or someone else with significant resources and interest in unusual magic, had discovered the bond's existence, they would naturally want to understand its parameters before attempting to exploit it. Does it still hurt? Harry asked, gesturing to her injuries and changing the subject to something more immediate, something he might actually be able to help with. Valerie started to give what was clearly going to be a dismissive answer, then caught herself as she felt his genuine concern through the bond. Yes, she admitted. The binding spell left magical residue that's resisting treatment. And they used some curse I didn't recognize on my side. She pressed a hand to her ribs with a slight wince. Father says it will heal completely, but slowly. Harry remembered how their combined magic had accelerated Bill's healing after the cottage attack. Without thinking too deeply about it, he focused on the bond between them, channeling his magic through the golden thread the way they'd practiced during training sessions. He placed his free hand gently over hers where it rested against her injured ribs. The effect was immediate and visible, a soft golden glow emanating from their joined hands, spreading across her torso. Valerie gasped, not in pain but surprise, as warmth flowed through her, targeting the cursed injuries with remarkable precision. "How are you doing that?" she whispered, watching the magic spread. "I'm not sure," Harry admitted, equally amazed by the effect. "It just seemed right." The healing energy continued to flow between them for several minutes, the bond facilitating a transfer of magic that seemed to instinctively understand what was needed. When the glow finally faded, Valerie took an experimental deep breath, her eyes widening when it caused no pain. "It worked," she said with wonder, pressing more firmly against her side. "The curse damage is gone." She flexed her wrist where the binding mark had been, finding only faint discoloration remaining. "How did you know to do that?" "I didn't, really. The bond showed me." It was the truth. He'd acted on instinct guided by the connection between them, not conscious knowledge of healing magic. "I just followed its lead." A soft knock at the door interrupted them. Sebastian entered, his expression softening when he saw them together. "I see Harry has already discovered one of the bond's more beneficial aspects," he observed, noting Valerie's improved condition with obvious relief. "Healing magic is significantly enhanced between bonded individuals. Why didn't you mention this capability before?" Harry asked, curious rather than accusatory. "Because it typically doesn't manifest until much later in bond development," Sebastian replied, looking thoughtful. "Your connection continues to defy conventional patterns." He moved further into the room. "How are you feeling, Valerie?" "Much better now." She smiled at her father. Harry's magic purged the curse residue completely. Sebastian nodded, though his expression remained serious. "Good. Because we have decisions to make regarding security going forward." He gestured toward the door. "Fleur and your mother are waiting in my study. Gabrielle has been given a mild sleeping draft, she was quite distressed by today's events." As they made their way to Sebastian's study, Harry maintained physical contact with Valerie, offering his arm for support though she seemed physically recovered. Through the bond, he could feel her lingering emotional fragility beneath her composed exterior. The attack had shaken her confidence and sense of security in a way that would take longer to heal than physical wounds. In the study, Apollon and Fleur looked up from what appeared to be a security map of the estate's boundaries. Apollon immediately moved to embrace her daughter, murmuring something in French that made Valerie's eyes glisten briefly before she blinked away the emotion. We were discussing protective measures, Fleur explained, returning to the map. Father has already increased the estate's wards, but we're concerned about future trips to Beauxbatons or Hogwarts. Which brings us to the first decision, Sebastian said, joining them at the table. Whether Valerie should return to school immediately or remain here under heightened security. I'm not hiding, Valerie said firmly, her chin lifting in a gesture of defiance Harry had seen from both her sisters. That's exactly what they want, to frighten us, isolate us, disrupt our lives and training. It's not hiding to exercise reasonable caution after a targeted attack, her father countered, though his tone suggested a certain pride in her determination. I agree with Valerie, Harry said, surprising himself with the certainty in his voice. Retreating now would confirm for whoever is behind this that their strategy works. We should continue as planned with the exchange program, just with enhanced security. Sebastian and Apollon exchanged one of their silent communicative glances, a decision forming between them without words. Very well, Apollon conceded. But with modifications to our original arrangements. No one travels alone, not to Hogwarts, not to Beauxbatons, not even to secured locations within the magical communities. And we accelerate the bond training, Sebastian added. Particularly the protective and communication aspects. Today demonstrated both vulnerabilities and strengths in your connection. He looked at Harry directly. The fact that you could heal Valerie through the bond suggests capabilities we haven't fully explored yet. There's something else we should consider, Fleur said, her expression troubled. If they targeted Valerie specifically because of her bond with Harry, Gabrielle could be in similar danger. The thought of 9-year-old Gabrielle facing the same attackers who had hurt Valerie sent a chill through Harry. Though the youngest Delacour was safely asleep upstairs now, the threat to her was no less real for being temporarily forestalled. Gabrielle will not return to her regular school until we've identified who was behind today's attack, Apollon said with the implacable certainty of a mother protecting her child. She'll remain here under full wards, with tutors brought in as needed. But that could take weeks, Valerie pointed out. Or longer. Her safety is not negotiable, her mother replied simply. Sebastian turned to Harry. This brings us to the most complicated question, whether you should return to Hogwarts immediately as planned, or remain here for additional training in light of today's events. Umbridge will use any delay as an excuse to terminate the exchange program, Harry pointed out. If I don't return on schedule tomorrow evening, she'll claim I've violated the terms of the agreement. A valid concern, Sebastian acknowledged. However, we must weigh administrative consequences against security considerations. There's another option, Fleur suggested. I return to Hogwarts as scheduled to maintain the appearance of normal exchange activities, while Harry remains here for accelerated training. We can inform Dumbledore of the arrangement, he could cover Harry's absence for a few additional days. The suggestion had merit. Fleur's presence at Hogwarts would prevent Umbridge from claiming the Delacours had abandoned the exchange, while giving Harry time for critical training with Sebastian and Valerie. Dumbledore's already covering for me more than he should, Harry said, though the idea of remaining with the Delacours was admittedly appealing. And there's the DA to consider, the defense group I've been teaching. They're counting on me. You cannot effectively teach others if you haven't mastered your own protection, Sebastian pointed out. 2 additional days of intensive training here could make a significant difference in your preparedness. Valerie, who had been quietly considering the options, finally spoke. There's also the question of the bond suppressors the attackers used. She touched her wrist where the binding mark had been. If similar magic were deployed against Harry at Hogwarts, his isolation from us could be dangerously complete. It was a sobering thought. Hogwarts, for all its stone walls and ancient wards, suddenly seemed less secure when considered from the perspective of bond vulnerability. If the attackers had technology that could temporarily sever the connection, Harry could find himself truly alone if targeted at school. We need countermeasures, he realized. Some way to prevent the bond from being blocked or manipulated. Sebastian nodded gravely. Precisely why additional training is essential. There are protective techniques we've not yet covered that could help resist such interference. The decision crystallized in Harry's mind. I'll stay until Tuesday night, he said finally. That gives us 2 full days for intensive training. Fleur returns tomorrow as scheduled to maintain appearances. Dumbledore can tell Umbridge I've caught some magical flu that's delayed my return but not serious enough to terminate the exchange. I'll inform him immediately, Apollon said, moving toward the flu connection in the corner of the study. And arrange for our family healer to document your condition officially. As the plans took shape around him, Harry felt Valerie's quiet gratitude through the bond, not just for his decision to stay, but for treating the attack on her as an attack on them both, a shared threat requiring a unified response. The golden thread connecting them seemed to pulse with renewed strength, as if the day's events had somehow accelerated its development rather than damaging it as the attackers might have intended. Later, after security arrangements had been finalized and everyone had retired for the night, Harry found himself unable to sleep despite his exhaustion. The day's events kept replaying in his mind, the sudden surge of Valerie's fear through the bond, the frantic journey to France, the sight of her injuries and the miraculous healing they'd managed together. A soft knock at his door roused him from these thoughts. When he opened it, he found Valerie standing there in a simple dressing gown over pajamas, her hair loose around her shoulders and her expression uncertain. I couldn't sleep, she said simply. The bond is restless. I thought perhaps you felt it too. Harry nodded, stepping back to let her enter. Like it's trying to process what happened today. Exactly. She moved to the window seat, settling there with her knees drawn up. Father says it's a normal response after trauma involving bonded individuals. The connection seeks reassurance, stability. Harry joined her on the wide window seat, maintaining a respectful distance while still close enough for the bond to settle between them. Outside, the moon cast silver light across the gardens, creating patterns of shadow and illumination that shifted with the gentle breeze. I keep thinking about how they found you, he said after a comfortable silence. Using something with my magical signature to trace the bond. It means nowhere is truly safe as long as we're connected. Valerie turned to face him more directly. Is that regret I'm feeling from you, Harry? About the bond? No, he said immediately, then paused to examine his feelings more honestly. Not regret exactly. Concern. Fear that my connection to you, to all of you, puts you in danger simply by existing. Our bond was formed for protection in dangerous times, she reminded him gently. That it attracts attention from those who fear its power is hardly surprising. Her hand found his on the cushion between them. Besides, I made my choice when the bond first began forming. I could have fought against it, sought ways to suppress it. I didn't. You couldn't have known it would lead to being attacked in a bookshop, Harry pointed out. A small, sad smile touched her lips. Harry, my family has Veela blood in a world that both desires and fears what we are. Danger has never been a stranger to us. She squeezed his hand. The bond brings risks, yes. But it also brings strength, connection, purpose. I wouldn't trade it, even after today. Her sincerity flowed through the bond, impossible to doubt or dismiss as mere reassurance. Harry found himself wondering, not for the first time, how he could possibly deserve such unwavering loyalty from this extraordinary family that magic had connected him to. What happens now? He asked quietly. Whoever sent those attackers knows about the bond. They'll try again, probably with better information and planning. Now we prepare, Valerie replied with simple determination. We train harder, protect each other better, and remember that they targeted me for a reason, because our connection frightens them. Her eyes, reflecting the moonlight, held steady resolve. That fear is justified, Harry. Together, we're more powerful than they anticipated. Today proved that. She was right, he realized. The bond hadn't been weakened by the attack, quite the opposite. His instinctive healing of her injuries, the immediate response through their connection despite distance, even the emotional support flowing between them now were all evidence of capabilities their enemies couldn't fully understand or counter. "We should try to sleep," Valerie said eventually, though she made no move to leave. "Tomorrow's training will be intensive." "Stay," Harry said, surprising himself with the request. Just until you feel ready to sleep. The bond seems calmer when we're near each other." She nodded, understanding the innocent nature of his invitation. They remained on the window seat, talking quietly about lighter topics, her favorite books, his experiences with the more amusing aspects of Hogwarts life, shared observations about the peculiarities of magical education. Gradually, the tension from the day's events dissipated, replaced by the comfortable connection that had been developing between them since their first meeting. Eventually, Valerie returned to her own room, but not before a brief, gentle hug that carried through the bond all the reassurance words couldn't adequately express. As Harry finally drifted toward sleep, he focused on the golden threads connecting him to the three sisters, Gabrielle's now peaceful in slumber, Fleur's steady and watchful, Valerie's warm and present despite the physical distance between their rooms. Whatever came next, he wasn't facing it alone. The realization brought a measure of peace that followed him into dreams mercifully free of ministry corridors or dark visions. The next 2 days passed in a blur of intensive training unlike anything Harry had experienced before. Sebastian pushed them relentlessly, focusing on 3 critical areas: resistance to bond interference, emergency magical synchronization, and distance communication under duress. The first day began before dawn with Sebastian waking Harry for what he called crisis response training. Without warning or preparation, he cast a modified version of the binding spell the attackers had used on Valerie, temporarily dampening Harry's connection to the sisters. The sudden isolation was profoundly disorienting, like losing a sense he hadn't realized had become essential. Where the golden threads normally pulsed in his awareness, there was only emptiness, a void that felt fundamentally wrong. "Resist it," Sebastian instructed, watching Harry struggle against the magical binding. "Find the connection beneath the suppression. It's still there, the spell creates interference, not true severance." It took nearly an hour of concentrated effort before Harry managed to locate the faintest trace of the bond beneath the suppression spell. Like searching for a radio signal through overwhelming static, he gradually identified the unique magical signature of his connection to Valerie, using it as an anchor to begin pushing back against the binding. When he finally broke through, the rush of renewed connection was overwhelming, all 3 sisters' emotions flooding back at once, their concern and support hitting him with almost physical force after the isolation. "Excellent," Sebastian approved, ending the training session. "Most first attempts take days, not hours. The bond continues to demonstrate remarkable resilience." After breakfast, they moved to the formal training room in the East Wing, a space Harry hadn't seen during his previous visit. Larger than Sebastian's study and specifically designed for practical magical instruction, it contained various training apparatus, protective enchantments, and magical instruments for measuring and analyzing spell effects. Here, they practiced combined magical techniques with Valerie, developing methods to channel their powers in precise, coordinated patterns. Sebastian guided them through increasingly complex scenarios, simulating combat situations where bond-enhanced magic could provide decisive advantages. Veela magic traditionally excels in 3 areas, he explained as they practiced. Protection, healing, and what we call truth magic, spells that reveal, uncover, or penetrate deception. Combined with your natural strengths in defensive magic, the possibilities are extraordinary. By midday, Harry and Valerie had mastered several combined techniques, including a shield that could deflect even Sebastian's most powerful curses and a detection spell that revealed hidden magical traps throughout the training room. The exertion was intense, but the results were undeniable. Their magic worked together with increasing harmony, each enhancing the other's natural capabilities. After lunch, Apollon joined them for the most challenging session yet, training to maintain bond communication under magical attack. Taking turns, she and Sebastian would bombard either Harry or Valerie with spells designed to disrupt concentration, disorient the senses, or create magical interference, while the other attempted to send clear messages through the bond. In crisis situations, verbal communication may be impossible, Apollon explained. The bond offers an alternative, but only if you can maintain focus under duress. The afternoon ended with practical application. Sebastian created a complex maze within the training room, separating Harry and Valerie with magical barriers they could neither see through nor physically cross. Using only the bond to coordinate their movements and magic, they had to navigate the invisible labyrinth and reunite at its center. It took 3 attempts before they succeeded, learning through each failure to transmit clearer information and trust the bond's guidance even when their physical senses provided contradictory information. When they finally reached the center together, Sebastian's approval was evident in the rare smile that transformed his usually serious expression. "You're learning to think as a unit while maintaining individual strengths," he observed. "That balance is the true power of bond magic, neither independence sacrificed nor individuality subsumed, but something greater than either could achieve alone." The second day focused on distance techniques, with Apollon taking Valerie to the far end of the estate while Sebastian worked with Harry on maintaining clear bond communication across increasing separation. By midday, they could reliably transmit simple concepts and emotional states over several kilometers, a significant improvement over their previous limitations. "The bond strengthens with use," Sebastian explained during a brief rest period. Like any magical connection, regular practice expands its capabilities. In the afternoon, they moved to emergency transportation techniques, building on Harry's instinctive journey to Bill's cottage by developing more controlled methods for using the bond as a pathway between locations. Though Harry couldn't yet replicate his spontaneous transportation at will, Sebastian seemed satisfied with their progress. "The capability exists within the bond," he assured them. "With continued practice and sufficient need, it will manifest again. For now, focus on the communicative aspects we've established reliably." As evening approached on the final day, with Harry scheduled to return to Hogwarts after dinner, Sebastian called for one last training session in the garden grove where Gabrielle had first shown Harry the Veela ancestral trees. The setting sun cast golden light through the woven branches, creating an atmosphere of ancient magic that seemed appropriate for what Sebastian described as bond consecration. "What we've established these past days is merely the foundation," he explained as Harry and Valerie stood together in the center of the grove. "The bond will continue to evolve, developing in response to your needs and experiences. This ceremony helps stabilize those developments, anchoring the connection against external interference." Apollon joined them, bringing Gabrielle who had finally been allowed to participate in their training. The youngest Delacour carried a silver bowl containing water that seemed to glow with inner light. "From the sacred spring beneath the grove," Apollon explained. "Water that has flowed through Veela lands for centuries, absorbing the magic of countless generations." The ceremony itself was simple but powerful. Standing in a circle beneath the interwoven branches, each of them placed a drop of blood into the glowing water, Harry, Valerie, and Gabrielle as the bonded ones, Apollon and Sebastian as family anchors. Fleur's contribution had been added before she departed for Hogwarts, her magic represented despite her physical absence. As the blood drops merged with the luminescent water, Sebastian spoke ancient words in a language Harry didn't recognize but somehow understood through the bond, a ritual affirmation of connection, protection, and shared purpose. The water began to spiral within the bowl, rising into the air to form a glittering vortex that surrounded them all. When it finally settled, returning to the bowl with gentle ripples, something had changed in the bond itself. The golden threads connecting Harry to the sisters seemed more substantial, more deeply integrated into his magical core. There was a new resilience to the connection, a stability that hadn't existed before. "What exactly did we just do?" Harry asked, feeling the difference but not fully understanding its significance. "We anchored the bond in older magic than the spells used against Valerie," Sebastian explained. "Making it more resistant to interference, more difficult to track or manipulate. Not invulnerable, but significantly more secure." Gabrielle, who had been unusually solemn throughout the ceremony, suddenly brightened. "It feels warmer now," she observed, her hand resting over her heart where her connection to Harry centered. "Like a blanket." Her childish description was surprisingly apt. Harry realized. The bond did feel warmer, more encompassing, protective in a way that extended beyond magical utility to something more fundamentally nurturing. As they prepared to leave the grove, Valerie touched his arm lightly. "There's something else this ceremony did," she said quietly, letting the others walk ahead. "Something Father didn't mention explicitly." "What's that?" Harry asked, noting the slight color in her cheeks. "It formally acknowledged our bond within Veela tradition." Her eyes met his directly. "It's not exactly an engagement in the human sense, but in Veela culture, it's a significant declaration of intention." Harry blinked, processing the implications. "Intention for a future together, in some capacity." She hurried to clarify, not predetermined or magically enforced, just recognized as a possibility we're open to exploring. Her blush deepened slightly. "I should have explained before the ceremony, but there wasn't time, and Father assumed you understood the cultural context." Rather than feeling trapped or manipulated, Harry found himself oddly comforted by this revelation. The bond between them had always carried romantic potential. They'd acknowledged as much during their private conversation his first weekend at Jardin de Lumières. This ceremony simply brought that potential into the open, making it an acknowledged possibility rather than an unspoken undercurrent. "I'm not upset," he assured her, feeling her anxiety through the bond. "Actually, it feels right. Making it official, I mean." The relief that flowed from her was immediate and warm. "It doesn't change anything practically," she explained as they walked together toward the house. "It just means that in Veela culture, our bond is now recognized as having potential beyond magical alliance." "What about your parents? Will they expect?" "Nothing immediate," Valerie said with a small smile. "Veela bonds often take years to fully develop. They understand this is just the beginning." As they rejoined the others for a final dinner before Harry's departure, he found himself reflecting on how much had changed in the few weeks since Luna first told him about the bond. What had initially seemed like yet another magical complication in his already complicated life had evolved into something precious, connections that strengthened rather than burdened him, a family that accepted him unconditionally, and potential for a future beyond the immediate threats of Voldemort and the Ministry. After dinner, as the time for his return to Hogwarts approached, Harry said his goodbyes to the family. Gabrielle insisted on a fierce hug and extracted promises that he would write to her through the journal every day. Apollon embraced him with maternal warmth, while Sebastian clasped his shoulder with the firm approval of a mentor satisfied with his student's progress. Valerie accompanied him to the Fleur connection in the receiving room, their newly strengthened bond humming contentedly between them despite the imminent separation. "Remember everything we practiced," she reminded him, her practical nature asserting itself. 15 minutes of bond connection maintenance each morning and evening. Regular communication through the journal. "And if you feel anything unusual through the bond, contact you immediately, I know," Harry finished with a smile. "You sound like Hermione before exams." She laughed softly. "Someone has to make sure you follow through on your training. Father says you have remarkable raw ability but need structure to develop it properly." He might have a point, Harry admitted, thinking of his often haphazard approach to magical education, driven more by immediate needs than systematic development. As the Fleur connection flared green in readiness for his departure, Valerie stepped forward impulsively, kissing his cheek in a gesture both innocent and meaningful. Through the bond, he felt the complex emotions behind it, affection, concern, determination, and something deeper still taking root between them. "Be safe," she whispered. "We'll see you Friday." With that promise warming him more than the Fleur flames ever could, Harry stepped into the green fire, calling out, "Hogwarts, headmaster's office," as he began the journey back to school. The golden threads of the bond stretched across the distance but remained unbroken, carrying the presence of the Delacours with him as he spun away from their home and toward the challenges awaiting at Hogwarts. Harry's return to Hogwarts was met with the expected mixture of curiosity, suspicion, and administrative complications. Dumbledore had arranged the cover story perfectly. Madame Pomfrey confirmed his recovery from a magical flu contracted in France, while Fleur's presence throughout the weekend had prevented Umbridge from claiming abandonment of the exchange program. "She's been absolutely livid," Ron reported gleefully as they walked to breakfast Harry's first morning back. "Storming around demanding documentation of your illness, questioning Fleur at every opportunity." McGonagall finally told her that international magical health privacy laws prevented disclosure of specific symptoms. "Which is actually true," Hermione added. "Though in this case, conveniently broad in interpretation." The DA had continued meeting under Hermione and Ron's guidance during his absence, focusing on the defensive spells he'd already taught them. His return reinvigorated their practice sessions, though Harry found himself incorporating elements of Sebastian's teaching methods without consciously intending to, emphasizing magical theory alongside practical application, encouraging students to understand why spells worked rather than just memorizing movements and words. "You're teaching differently," Hermione observed after a particularly successful session where the entire group had mastered a complex shielding technique. "More systematically. It's quite effective." Harry hadn't realized how much Sebastian's approach had influenced him until she pointed it out. "Just trying some new methods," he explained vaguely. "Things I picked up during the exchange training." Through the bond, he maintained regular contact with the Delacours. Each morning and evening, he spent 15 minutes in focused connection maintenance as Sebastian had taught him, strengthening the golden threads and practicing the communication techniques they developed. The journal provided more detailed exchanges, updates on security measures at Jardin de Lumières, progress reports on Valerie's continued recovery, and Gabrielle's enthusiastic accounts of her adventures with the water sprites in the garden fountain. Most significantly, his dreams of the Ministry corridor had all but ceased. The improved occlumency techniques combined with the stabilizing influence of the bond had created effective barriers against Voldemort's mental intrusions. On the rare occasions when images of the door did surface in his dreams, he could now recognize them as external influences and consciously redirect his mind toward the bond instead, using the connection to the Delacours as an anchor against the invasive visions. Snape had noticed the change during their weekly occlumency session, though his reaction was characteristically unpleasant. "Your mind is different, Potter," he had observed with narrowed eyes after failing to penetrate Harry's improved defenses. "Someone has been teaching you alternative methods." "Just practicing, sir," Harry had replied neutrally, maintaining the shield Sebastian had helped him develop. Snape's lip had curled in obvious skepticism. "These are not techniques you developed independently. They bear the distinctive structure of..." He had paused, studying Harry with increased intensity. "Interesting. Very interesting indeed." He had not elaborated further, but the remaining session had taken on a different quality, less brutally invasive, more analytically probing, as if Snape were more interested in understanding Harry's new defenses than simply battering through them. By Friday, Harry was eagerly anticipating the weekend trip to Jardin de Lumières. The bond had stabilized significantly following the Grove ceremony, but physical distance still created a subtle strain that only proximity could fully resolve. Beyond that, he genuinely missed the Delacours, Gabrielle's infectious enthusiasm, Sebastian's demanding but effective instruction, Apollin's quiet wisdom, and especially Valerie's steadfast presence. As he packed his overnight bag in the dormitory, Ron lounged on his own bed, ostensibly working on a charms essay but mostly watching Harry with poorly concealed curiosity. "So," Ron said finally, setting his parchment aside. "You and the Delacours seem to be getting pretty close." Harry paused in his packing, unsure how to respond. He hadn't shared the full truth about the bond with Ron or Hermione, though he'd gradually revealed more details about his training and the family's welcoming attitude toward him. "They've been really generous with their time and knowledge," he said carefully. "It's been helpful, especially with everything happening here." Ron nodded, picking at a loose thread on his bedspread. "Fleur mentioned something to Bill about their sister. Valerie, right? Said you two were getting on particularly well." The casual observation carried undercurrents of both curiosity and something like concern. Harry realized with a start that Ron might be worried about being replaced in his life, a not unreasonable fear given how much time Harry now spent with the Delacours or writing in the Enchanted Journal. She's brilliant, Harry acknowledged, deciding honesty was the best approach. Smart, practical, easy to talk to. But that doesn't change anything between us, Ron. You and Hermione are still my best friends. Ron seemed relieved by this direct reassurance. Good, because Hermione's been worried you're pulling away. Not that she'd say it directly, but I can tell. He sat up straighter. Plus, if you're going to date a part Veela, I expect full details. For scientific purposes, obviously. Harry laughed, throwing a balled-up sock at him. Obviously. The moment of friendly normalcy was interrupted by a sharp, insistent tug through the bond, not the gentle communication he'd grown accustomed to, but an urgent pulling sensation that immediately put him on alert. He froze, focusing on the golden threads to identify the source. Gabrielle. The youngest Delacour's connection pulsed with fear and confusion, her emotions hitting him with such force that he physically staggered. Images flashed through the bond, hooded figures, flashes of spell light, the garden grove in flames. Harry. Ron's voice seemed to come from very far away. What's wrong? You've gone white as a ghost. The Delacours, Harry managed, already moving toward the door. They're under attack. I have to go. What? How do you know? Ron scrambled after him as Harry raced down the dormitory stairs. Wait. You can't just leave Hogwarts. But Harry was beyond hearing, his entire being focused on the frantic call coming through the bond. As he burst into the common room, he nearly collided with Hermione, who took one look at his face and instantly recognized an emergency. What's happened? She demanded, gripping his arm to slow his headlong rush. The Delacour's home is under attack, he said tersely, trying to pull away. I need to get to Dumbledore's office. Now. To their credit, neither Ron nor Hermione wasted time with further questions. We're coming with you, Hermione stated, her tone brooking no argument as she followed him through the portrait hole. They ran through the corridors, ignoring startled exclamations from other students and the indignant protests of portraits disturbed by their haste. The bond continued to pulse with urgent distress, not just Gabrielle now, but Valerie too, her usual calm replaced by fierce protective fury tinged with fear. Most alarmingly, he couldn't feel Fleur at all, though he knew she should be at Jardin de Lumiere's preparing for his arrival. As they rounded the corner toward the headmaster's office, they nearly collided with Professor McGonagall, who seemed to be hurrying in the same direction. Potter, she exclaimed. I was just coming to find you. The headmaster, the Delacours are under attack, Harry interrupted. I need to use the flue in Dumbledore's office immediately. McGonagall's eyes widened, but she didn't question how he knew this information. The headmaster has just received an emergency communication from France, she confirmed grimly. He's activating the order now. She turned sharply, leading them toward the gargoyle at a near run. Chocolate frogs, she snapped, and the guardian leapt aside instantly. They took the spiral staircase at dangerous speed, bursting into Dumbledore's office to find the headmaster in urgent conversation with several order members through the flue. The green flames illuminated his face, casting his expression of controlled alarm into sharp relief. Potter, he acknowledged without surprise as Harry approached. You've sensed it through the bond. It wasn't a question, but Harry nodded anyway. Gabrielle called to me. The estate is under attack. I need to go to them. Out of the question, growled Moody's voice from the fireplace. The situation is chaotic. We have reports of at least 12 attackers, possibly more. The wards have been partially breached. I'm going, Harry insisted, stepping closer to the flames. Through the bond, Gabrielle's fear had taken on a desperate edge that clawed at his insides. They need me. I can help. Harry, Dumbledore said gently but firmly. I understand your concern, but rushing into an active attack site without preparation or backup would be dangerously irresponsible. A surge of frustrated anger rose in Harry, but before he could argue further, another voice spoke from the fireplace. Let him come. It was Bill Weasley, his voice strained but determined. "I've seen what the bond can do. He might be able to reach them when we can't." Dumbledore and McGonagall exchanged looks of concern, but Moody's magical eye swiveled to fix on Harry with unnerving intensity. "The boy has a connection we don't," the grizzled Auror acknowledged reluctantly. "And the Delacour defenses are designed to recognize family magic. He might be able to bypass barriers we can't breach." A moment of tense silence followed as Dumbledore weighed the arguments, his expression grave. Harry could feel time slipping away, each second marked by increasingly desperate pulses through the bond. "Very well," the headmaster said finally. "But not alone, and not without precautions." He moved swiftly to his desk, retrieving a small silver object that resembled a snitch but with intricate runes carved into its surface. "This is a portkey emergency beacon. If activated, it will bring you and anyone touching you directly back to this office, bypassing most anti-transportation wards." He pressed it into Harry's hand, his blue eyes intensely serious. "Promise me you will use it if the situation becomes untenable." "I promise," Harry agreed immediately, already moving toward the fireplace. "Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, you will remain here," McGonagall instructed firmly as Ron and Hermione started to follow Harry. But, Ron began to protest. "That is not negotiable," she cut him off. "Mr. Potter has a magical connection to the Delacours that may offer protection. You do not." Harry met his friend's eyes briefly. "I'll be careful," he promised, though they all knew such promises had historically meant little when his protective instincts were engaged. "Alastair, Bill, ensure he reaches Sebastian immediately upon arrival," Dumbledore instructed the faces in the fire. "The order team should be assembled within minutes. We will follow shortly." With a final nod to his friends and professors, Harry took a handful of fleur powder from the container Dumbledore offered. "Jardin de Lumières," he called clearly, stepping into the emerald flames. The spinning journey seemed to last both an eternity and no time at all. When he emerged, it was not into the elegant receiving room he'd come to know, but into chaos. The Delacour home's main entrance hall was barely recognizable, furniture overturned, tapestries burning with unnatural purple flames, windows shattered. The air crackled with magical discharge, and the sounds of battle echoed from deeper within the house. Bill Weasley grabbed him the moment he stumbled from the fireplace, pulling him behind an overturned marble table that served as a makeshift barricade. The eldest Weasley's son looked battle-worn, his face streaked with soot and blood from a cut above his eye. "Situation's deteriorating," he reported tersely. "They breached the outer wards using some kind of synchronized curse-breaking I've never seen before. Very sophisticated, very dark." "Where are they?" Harry demanded, meaning the Delacours rather than the attackers. "Sebastian and Apollon are defending the east wing where Gabrielle was when the attack began. Valerie was in the garden grove performing some kind of emergency warding when I arrived." Bill's expression grew more concerned. "Fleur was near the main gates. I haven't been able to reach her since the inner wards collapsed." The news hit Harry like a physical blow. Through the bond, he could still sense Gabrielle and Valerie, but Fleur's connection remained disturbingly muted, not gone entirely, but dampened in a way that suggested injury or magical suppression. "I need to find her," he said, already calculating the fastest route to the main gates from their position. "We need to regroup with Sebastian first," Bill countered. "He has a plan, but he needs your help with the bond magic to execute it." Torn between the impulse to search for Fleur immediately and the rational understanding that coordinating with Sebastian was strategically sound, Harry hesitated. The bond pulsed with conflicting imperatives, Gabrielle's fear, Valerie's determined focus, Fleur's distant, muffled presence. The decision was made for him when a massive explosion rocked the eastern side of the house, followed by a surge of protective fury through Valerie's connection that nearly overwhelmed him with its intensity. Whatever was happening in that direction, it had just escalated dramatically. "East wing," Harry said grimly, drawing his wand. "Now." They moved through the house with practiced caution, Bill leading with the expertise of a seasoned cursebreaker accustomed to navigating magically volatile environments. Twice they encountered robed figures who fired curses without warning or identification. The first, Harry neutralized with a perfectly aimed stunning spell. The second required combined effort, with Bill's shield charm deflecting a particularly nasty curse while Harry countered with an impediment jinx that sent their attacker crashing through a doorway. Not Death Eaters, Harry observed, noting the distinct lack of skull masks. These robes are different, dark blue with silver sigils. Professional mercenaries, Bill confirmed grimly. Likely the same group that attacked Valerie at Beauxbatons. They're better trained than most Death Eaters, more disciplined, less prone to grandstanding. As they approached the East Wing, the sounds of magical battle intensified, crashes, explosions, and the distinctive high-pitched whine of powerful spells colliding. Through a shattered doorway, they finally caught sight of the main conflict. The elegant solarium that connected the East Wing to the gardens had become a battlefield. Glass from the destroyed ceiling rained down amid spell fire, while the ornamental plants that once decorated the space now served as cover for combatants on both sides. At the far end, Sebastian and Apollon fought back-to-back with extraordinary coordination, their magic weaving together in patterns Harry recognized from his training sessions. Most shocking was Apollon's transformation. Where Harry had always known her as the elegant, controlled family matriarch, she now embodied the most dramatic aspects of her Veela heritage. Her face had elongated slightly, feathers sprouted along her arms, and flames danced around her fingertips as she cast spells without a wand, her innate Veela magic responding to the threat to her family. Near them, partially protected by a fallen marble column, Gabrielle huddled with what appeared to be a house elf, her small face tear-streaked but determined as she maintained a shimmering shield around them both, impressive magic for a 9-year-old, clearly born of desperate necessity. "There's Valerie," Bill said urgently, pointing to the garden entrance where the middle Delacour sister fought alongside two security wizards Harry recognized from his training weekend. Unlike her mother, Valerie showed no obvious physical transformation, but her magic had taken on the distinctive golden hue that Harry associated with their bond. She moved with fluid grace, her spellwork precise and devastatingly effective as she systematically neutralized attackers attempting to flank her parents. Through the bond, Harry felt her register his presence, a flash of relief quickly subsumed by renewed focus. "The Grove," came her thought, surprisingly clear across their connection. "They want the Grove." Understanding clicked into place. The attackers weren't just targeting the Delacours, they were after the ancient Veela magic concentrated in the sacred grove where the bond consecration ceremony had taken place. The same location where Fleur had gone to complete preparations for his arrival. "Bill," Harry said urgently, "get to Sebastian. Tell him I'm going to the grove to find Fleur. The attackers are targeting it specifically." "You shouldn't split off alone," Bill protested, though his eyes constantly darted to where Fleur's parents fought, clearly torn between his duty to Harry and his desperate need to reach them. "I'm not alone," Harry replied, touching his chest where the bond pulsed strongly. "I have 3 connections guiding me. Go, help them secure this area. I'll find Fleur." With obvious reluctance but recognizing the logic, Bill nodded. "Be careful. Use the emergency port key if you're cornered." Harry slipped away through a side door, using his memory of the estate layout combined with the bond's pull to navigate toward the grove. The garden paths were unnervingly quiet compared to the chaos inside the house, though signs of battle were evident: scorched plants, scattered equipment, and in one chilling instance, the body of a security wizard whose vacant eyes stared skyward. The bond guided him unerringly, Fleur's muted presence gradually strengthening as he approached the grove. Something was interfering with their connection, but the consecration ceremony had created resilience that the suppression couldn't entirely overcome. He reached the edge of the sacred space and immediately understood why the attackers had targeted it. The ancient trees that had seemed merely beautiful during his previous visits now visibly pulsed with magical energy, their interwoven branches creating a dome of power that responded to the threat by manifesting its protective nature. The air around the grove shimmered with golden light, the same distinctive signature as the bond magic. 4 figures in the now familiar dark blue robes worked methodically around the perimeter, casting complex spells that seemed designed to contain and redirect the grove's magic rather than destroy it outright. They wanted to capture this power, Harry realized, not eliminate it. And in the center of the grove, bound to one of the ancient trees with silver chains that glowed with suppression magic, was Fleur. Her head hung forward, silver blonde hair obscuring her face, but Harry could see the rise and fall of her chest, alive, if not fully conscious. Cold rage flooded through him at the sight, the bond connection surging with protective fury that momentarily overwhelmed his tactical thinking. Only years of facing dangerous situations prevented him from charging forward immediately. Instead, he forced himself to analyze the situation, looking for weaknesses in the attackers' positions. The mercenaries were entirely focused on their magical containment work, clearly not expecting interference from this direction. Their arrogance provided an opportunity, but Harry knew he couldn't take on all four simultaneously, especially if they were as skilled as the ones who had attacked Valerie at Beauxbatons. Through the bond, he reached out deliberately to Valerie, projecting an image of his position and what he'd discovered. Her response came immediately, acknowledgement followed by a strategic suggestion that flowed into his mind with remarkable clarity: wait. 3 minutes. Distraction coming. Trusting her completely, Harry remained hidden, using the time to study the containment spell the mercenaries were creating. It appeared to be a modified version of the bond suppressor they'd used on Valerie, but scaled up enormously to encompass the entire grove. The silver chains binding Fleur seemed connected to this larger working, using her natural connection to Veela magic as an anchor point for their spell. Exactly 3 minutes later, a massive column of golden fire erupted from the east wing of the house, shooting skyward with such force that the ground trembled beneath Harry's feet. All four mercenaries turned instinctively toward the display, their concentration momentarily broken. Harry didn't waste the opportunity. Moving with the silent precision Moody had drilled into the DA, he struck the nearest attacker with a stunning spell before the man could turn back around. The second realized something was wrong and began to pivot, but Harry's impediment jinx caught him mid-turn, freezing him in an awkward position. The remaining two responded with impressive speed, abandoning their containment work to focus entirely on this new threat. Curses flew toward Harry's position with deadly accuracy, forcing him to dive behind a decorative stone bench that disintegrated seconds later under the assault. Rolling to new cover, Harry countered with everything in his arsenal: shield charms, disarming spells, and the specialized defensive magic Sebastian had taught him. His opponents were good, better than any student he'd faced, perhaps even better than the Death Eaters in the graveyard. They moved with coordinated precision, one attacking while the other defended, systematically eliminating his cover options. Desperation sparked inspiration. Remembering the combined magical techniques he'd practiced with Valerie, Harry reached through the bond, drawing on the connection even across distance. To his amazement, both Valerie and Gabrielle responded instantly, their magic flowing through the golden threads to merge with his own. The effect was immediate and dramatic. Harry's next shield charm expanded into a dome of golden energy that not only blocked the incoming curses but reflected them back at his attackers, forcing them to dive aside. His following offensive spell, a simple stunning charm, emerged from his wand as a concentrated blast that shattered the defensive barrier of the nearest mercenary, sending the man crashing backward into a tree with enough force to render him instantly unconscious. The last attacker, recognizing the sudden shift in magical advantage, abandoned offense for escape. He turned to flee, casting something at the grove that caused the silver chains binding Fleur to constrict violently. Through their bond, Harry felt her sudden pain as if it were his own, and fury overtook tactical consideration. With a wordless cry, he channeled pure magical intent through the bond connection, and golden fire erupted from his wand in a concentrated stream. It struck the fleeing mercenary between the shoulder blades, lifting him off his feet and hurling him face first into the grove's boundary. The man slumped to the ground, unmoving. Without pausing to check if his opponents were permanently neutralized, Harry rushed to Fleur. The silver chains pulsed with malevolent energy, tightening further as he approached. "Harry," she managed weakly, raising her head with visible effort. "The chains, bond suppressor, can't break them with direct magic." Despite her warning, Harry instinctively reached for the restraints, only to snatch his hand back with a hiss of pain as the silver links burned his skin on contact. "They're keyed against bond magic specifically," Fleur explained, her breathing labored. "Using our connection only strengthens them." Harry's mind raced. If direct magic would only make the chains stronger, and physical contact caused injury. He needed to disrupt the suppression spell itself rather than attacking its manifestation. An idea formed, dangerous, potentially disastrous, but theoretically sound based on what Sebastian had taught him about magical resonance. The chains were designed to suppress and contain bond magic, using its own energy against it. But like many dark magical objects, they likely had a threshold beyond which containment would fail. "I'm going to overload them," he told Fleur, meeting her pain-clouded eyes. "It's going to hurt, but I need you to push your magic toward me through the bond when I signal. As much as you can manage." Understanding dawned in her expression, followed by grim determination. "Do it." Harry placed his hands on the tree trunk on either side of Fleur, not touching the chains but positioning himself to channel magic through the wood itself, the living conduit of the grove's ancient power. Closing his eyes, he focused on the golden thread connecting him to Fleur, then expanded his awareness to include Valerie and Gabrielle as well. The battle still raged in the house, but through the bond, he could feel the sisters respond to his call. Even in the midst of their own desperate situations, they instinctively diverted some of their magic toward him, trusting his need without question. When he felt the connection strengthen to their maximum, Harry gave the mental signal. All at once, he channeled every ounce of magical power he could summon, his own and what flowed from the sisters, not against the chains directly, but into the ancient tree itself. The wood beneath his palms grew warm, then hot, beginning to glow with golden light that spread upward through the trunk and into the branches. The grove itself responded, the entire network of interwoven trees illuminating with bond magic that had been consecrated within them just days before. The silver chains began to vibrate, then shake violently as they attempted to suppress the exponentially increasing magical energy surrounding them. Fleur gasped in pain but didn't falter, continuing to channel her power through the bond despite the chain's constriction. For a terrible moment, Harry feared his plan had failed, that the suppression magic was too powerful, or that he'd only succeeded in hurting Fleur further. Then, with a sound like shattering crystal, the silver links cracked, hairline fractures spreading across their surface before they exploded outward in a shower of magical fragments. Fleur collapsed forward into his arms, free but exhausted from the magical exertion and the pain of the restraints. Through the bond, Harry could feel her relief mingled with concern for her family still fighting in the house. "We need to get back to the others," she said, struggling to stand on her own. "Can you walk?" Harry asked, supporting her weight as she swayed unsteadily. "I can fight," she corrected with steely determination that reminded him forcefully of both her parents. "The grove, did they damage it?" Harry looked around at the ancient trees, still glowing faintly with the residual energy of their magical working. "I don't think so. They were trying to contain its power, not destroy it." "Then we should," Fleur began, but stopped abruptly, her gaze fixing on something beyond Harry's shoulder. "Behind you." Harry spun, instinctively pushing Fleur aside as a jet of sickly yellow light shot toward them. One of the mercenaries he'd stunned earlier had regained consciousness and was now aiming his wand directly at them, his face contorted with rage. "Protego!" Harry shouted, but knew the shield wouldn't form in time. Before the curse could strike, a blast of pure white fire intercepted it midair. The collision created a concussive wave that knocked all of them off their feet, the mercenary slamming into a tree trunk with bone-cracking force. When Harry looked up from where he'd fallen, he saw Apollon Delacour standing at the edge of the grove, her transformed Veela features radiant with protective fury, flames still dancing around her outstretched hands. "Maman!" Fleur called, relief evident in her voice. Apollon rushed to her daughter, helping her to her feet while scanning her for injuries with the instinctive thoroughness of a worried mother. "The house is secure," she reported, her voice containing lingering traces of the Veela's musical quality. "The attackers are retreating. Order members have arrived to help secure the perimeter." Gabrielle? Valerie? Harry asked urgently, getting to his feet. Safe, Apollon assured him. Valerie's magic created the distraction you saw, a controlled detonation of protective energy that disrupted their coordination. Gabrielle is with her father and your Professor Dumbledore, who arrived moments ago. The news brought overwhelming relief. Through the bond, Harry could now feel both younger sisters more clearly, Gabrielle's terror fading to exhausted calm, Valerie's fierce focus softening as the immediate danger passed. We should return to the house, Fleur said, already moving in that direction despite her evident fatigue. If they're retreating, they may have planted traps or delayed action curses. Harry followed, staying close to Fleur in case her strength failed. As they emerged from the grove into the broader gardens, the scale of the attack became apparent. Sections of the elegant landscape had been reduced to smoldering craters, while magical aftereffects created strange distortions in the air above certain areas. Order members and what appeared to be French magical authorities moved purposefully around the property, securing unconscious attackers and establishing new protective wards. Harry spotted Tonks coordinating with a tall wizard in formal French aura robes, while Kingsley Shacklebolt conferred with Sebastian near the damaged east wing. Valerie saw them first, breaking away from a conversation with Moody to run toward them. Her relief at seeing them both safe flowed through the bond before she even reached them, followed by a surge of sisterly concern as she took in Fleur's condition. The silver chains, she said immediately, recognizing the distinctive magical residue on Fleur's wrists. They used the same binding spell. Harry overloaded them using the grove's power, Fleur explained, accepting her sister's supporting arm with uncharacteristic willingness that spoke volumes about her exhaustion. Valerie's eyes met Harry's over her sister's head, pride and gratitude flowing through their connection. Gabrielle's been asking for you, she told him. She's inside with Father and Dumbledore in the one room that somehow escaped damage. As they made their way into the house, stepping carefully through debris and areas still being cleared by security personnel, Harry was struck by the contrasts between the elegant home he'd come to know and its current devastated state. Magical combat had taken a severe toll on the historic residence, with entire sections of walls missing and precious artifacts reduced to unrecognizable fragments. Despite the destruction, there was an undercurrent of victory in the atmosphere. The attackers had been repelled, the family had survived, and whatever objective the mercenaries had sought remained unfulfilled. This hadn't been a random act of violence but a calculated mission with specific goals, and it had failed. They found Gabrielle in Sebastian's study, one of the few rooms left intact, protected by layers of personal wards that had held even as the house's main defenses were breached. The youngest Delacour sat in an oversized armchair, wrapped in a blanket despite the warmth of the room, a cup of hot chocolate clutched in her small hands. When she saw Harry, her face lit up with such relief that it physically hurt his heart. "Harry," she cried, setting aside her cup and rushing to him. "You came. I called and you came." He knelt to accept her fierce hug, the bond between them pulsing with childish gratitude and absolute trust. "Of course I came," he said softly. "I'll always come when you need me." Over Gabrielle's head, he met Dumbledore's eyes. The headmaster stood with Sebastian near the fireplace, both men bearing the weary but vigilant expressions of those who had just coordinated a successful defense. Something in Dumbledore's gaze had changed, a new assessment in those blue eyes as he observed the interaction between Harry and the young Veela. "Mr. Potter," Sebastian acknowledged, his usual formality softened by evident gratitude. "Once again, we find ourselves in your debt." Harry shook his head, still holding Gabrielle who seemed reluctant to release him. "There's no debt. We're family now, remember." The simple statement carried weight beyond the words themselves, an acknowledgement of how completely the bond had integrated him into the Delacour family, not as an outsider granted acceptance but as an essential part of their magical identity. Sebastian inclined his head in acknowledgement, a rare smile briefly lightening his battle-worn features. "Indeed we are." As the initial crisis response transitioned to recovery operations, the full story of the attack gradually emerged. 20 mercenaries had coordinated a simultaneous assault on multiple points of the estate's defenses, using sophisticated dark magic specifically designed to counter Veela wards. Their primary objective appeared to be the sacred grove, not to destroy it, but to contain and potentially harvest its ancient magic. They knew about the bond, Sebastian explained grimly as they gathered in the hastily restored dining room several hours later. Not just its existence, but specific details about its nature and connection to the grove. Information they could only have obtained from the attack on Valerie at Beauxbatons. Or from someone within the French ministry, Apollon added, her expression troubled. The documentation for the exchange program included references to family magic, though not explicit mention of the bond. Dumbledore, who had remained at Jardin de Lumières to assist with security reassessment, stroked his beard thoughtfully. The question becomes, who would have both the resources to hire such skilled mercenaries and the specific interest in Veela bond magic? Voldemort is the obvious suspect, Harry said, but this doesn't feel like his usual approach. He thought of the Death Eaters he'd encountered, their theatrical masks, their cruel taunting, their tendency toward destructive chaos rather than surgical precision. These attackers were too professional. Too focused. I concur, Sebastian said. This operation bore the hallmarks of a specifically magical objective, not a terror attack or assassination attempt. They wanted the grove's power and the bond magic it contains. Which suggests a third player in the conflict, Dumbledore concluded. Someone beyond Voldemort and the Ministry, with independent interest in ancient magic. The implications were unsettling, that in addition to Voldemort and Umbridge, they now faced another unknown adversary with significant resources and dangerous knowledge of their magical connections. As the discussion continued, Harry found himself growing increasingly aware of the golden threads connecting him to the three sisters. The bond had been tested today, challenged directly by forces seeking to exploit or suppress it. Yet rather than weakening under this assault, it had emerged stronger, tempered like steel through fire, its resilience proven in crisis. Gabrielle had fallen asleep against his side, emotionally exhausted by the day's events but unwilling to leave his presence. Fleur, though still recovering from the effects of the binding spell, had regained much of her usual poise and was now discussing security enhancements with Bill and Kingsley. Valerie sat beside Harry, her shoulder occasionally brushing his, their connection humming with shared awareness that required no words. What happens now? Harry asked quietly, directing the question to Sebastian but including everyone in the room. The estate is compromised. They know about the bond. The exchange program at Hogwarts is likely no longer secure either. Sebastian exchanged glances with Dumbledore before responding. In the immediate term, we relocate to our secondary residence, a property under Fidelius' charm that even today's attackers cannot trace. Gabrielle and Apollon will remain there under enhanced protection. As for the exchange program, Dumbledore continued, we face a difficult choice. Continuing provides valuable opportunities for training and coordination, but also maintains a predictable pattern our adversaries could exploit. Abandoning it concedes victory to those who attack today, Valerie pointed out, her voice quiet but firm. And leaves Harry more isolated at Hogwarts, which could be precisely what they want. There is a third option, Apollon suggested. We modify rather than abandon. Change locations, timing, official participants. Create unpredictability while maintaining the essential connection. The discussion continued late into the night, weighing security concerns against practical needs and the magical reality of the bond that required regular contact to remain stable. Eventually, a compromise was reached. The official exchange program would continue in modified form, with additional security measures and deliberate misinformation about scheduling. Meanwhile, the bond training would intensify, focusing specifically on distance communication and emergency responses. As the meeting concluded and Order members departed to establish security for the family's relocation, Harry found himself standing with Valerie on one of the few intact balconies, watching dawn break over the damaged gardens of Jardin de Lumières. The grove stood untouched amid the destruction, its ancient magic having protected it when modern wards failed. We knew there would be challenges when the bond formed, Valerie said softly, her gaze on the distant grove. But I don't think any of us anticipated this level of direct targeting. I should have, Harry replied, unable to entirely suppress the guilt that lingered despite everyone's assurances that he wasn't responsible for the attack. Everything connected to me eventually becomes a target. Valerie turned to face him fully, her expression serious in the golden light of early morning. Harry, our family has guarded Veela magical secrets for generations. We've been targeted before, long before you entered our lives. She gestured to the damaged estate around them. What happened today was terrible, yes. But it also proved something vital about the bond. What's that? He asked, genuinely curious about her perspective. It works, she said simply. In the moment of greatest crisis, when we needed each other most, the bond functioned exactly as ancient magic intended. You felt Gabrielle's call across impossible distance. I could channel magic to you through our connection despite being physically separated. Fleur's binding couldn't completely suppress your shared power. Her eyes held his steadily. The bond protected us, just as we protected it. The truth of her words resonated through their connection, impossible to doubt or dismiss. Whatever dangers lay ahead, Voldemort, the Ministry, or this new unknown threat targeting their bond, they would face them with a magical connection that had already proven its resilience under direct attack. As the sun rose fully over Jardin de Lumières, casting golden light across both devastation and endurance, Harry realized that for the first time since Voldemort's return, he felt something beyond determination or grim resolve. Standing beside Valerie, with the bond connecting him to her sisters pulsing strong and true despite all attempts to sever it, he felt genuine hope. The bond that Luna had first revealed to him, that extraordinary magic she described with her usual dreamy certainty, had transformed from mysterious complication to essential strength. Whatever came next, they would face it together, connected by golden threads that neither distance nor dark magic could permanently sever. Together, Valerie said softly, echoing his thoughts through their connection and taking his hand in hers. Together, Harry agreed, as the sacred grove glowed golden in the distance, a reminder that some magic was ancient enough, powerful enough, to endure even the darkest storms. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.